Yeah. All right. Let's see what's up. What is up? Let's see what's up. Mm. Give me money, simps. On my phone, I have great recommendations. On the laptop, not so much. Really weird. It's like it's not the same recommendations. Fixing immigration. Terrible decision 13 days ago. Um, 2 days ago. What should his punishment be? I would say execution. Alex Jones sets himself up for another costly lawsuit. So they sat in the tail and they survived. So the tail seems to be structurally stronger than the rest of the plane. Makes sense that the tail is stronger. I think if you want to survive, probably the tail. Israeli, right? SpaceX. Debating evolution. How one man exposed your DNA. Elon Musk censoring MAGA. Law Loomer demonized for disagreeing with Elon Musk. 7 hours ago. I don't know. Let me check my phone. This makes no sense. Like on my phone, everything is so exciting. I open my laptop, everything is so boring. Is it really the same? It looks like it's a completely different recommendations. Let's start over. Like I don't have like my first recommendation is visual. 1 second, didn't want to do that. It's from Visual Math. Nothing here is from Visual Math. This is weird. And then there's Watch Mojo. Oops. And what else? Moses Lee, Luigi Mangione is changing the healthcare narrative in America. I don't have that. Where is that? I don't have that. From 5 hours ago. I don't have it. Maybe here? Really weird. Really weird. So I don't know. Really weird. Israel goes full colonize. I didn't watch this. Let's see.
Syria is no more, really. Israel occupies 3 times the size of the Gaza Strip of Syrian territory in just 2 days. And frankly, they can go as far and wide as they want. Nobody is opposing them. Nobody can oppose them. Any means of opposing them have been destroyed with the active complicity of those now in charge in Damascus. In fact, those now in charge in Damascus will not even utter a word of condemnation about Israel's seizure of their land. In fact, the new Che Guevara that is in power in Damascus has said categorically that his country is no longer an enemy of Israel, that his country will not fight a war with Israel. So Netanyahu can go as far as he likes, and he might.
Is this the thing where they confused that commander's quote from his own? Because all ours are the same. The secular commander was in part of HDS who said this at the Times of Israel. There was a new statement yesterday, wasn't there, from Jelani? Oh, so he said that the Israelis have violated the ceasefire line, the 74 line. So he said they wouldn't engage with conflict, but he also condemned them for going into the buffer zone. Syria latest. So this is Jelani. says Israel has crossed the lines of engagement with its military actions inside the country following the toppling of the Assad regime. The Israeli military moved its troops to a demilitarized zone inside Syria after the Tahrir al-Sham HTS group swept Bashar al-Assad from power last week. It said its justification for doing so is to ensure border security for its citizens living in the occupied Golan Heights area. But HTS leader Ahmed al-Shara, better known by his nom de guerre Abu Muhammad al-Jalani, says Israel's arguments become weak and no longer justify their recent violations. The Israelis have clearly crossed the line of engagement in Syria, which poses a threat of unwarranted escalation in the region, he said in an interview published on the website Syria TV. So when you say unwarranted escalation and poses a threat, he might say he doesn't want to engage in conflict with Israel, but he's also like, this is the only way he can really say if you try to fuck with us. Like, come on. Syria's war, weary condition after years of conflict and war, does not allow for new confrontations. The priority of the state is reconstruction and stability, not being drawn into disputes that could lead to further destruction. Basically, the problem that people have with this guy right now is that he's not suicidal. That's it. I don't know how much trial and error it takes, but mate, George Galloway, look up. I don't know how much trial and error needs to be conducted for people to realize whether it was Hezbollah in the north or whether it's been Syria in 2 wars in 67 and 73, that the way to help Gaza is not to just start lobbing anything you have over at the other end of the country. That's not really what you do to help. Look what happened. Look what happened when that was Hezbollah's strategy. Hezbollah, which was always more powerful than HTS, apart from maybe now. What did Hezbollah say? One condition. They had one condition, and it was Israel stop fighting in Gaza, pull out of Gaza, and we stop firing rockets. And they abandoned that condition because they got beaten so hard by the IDF. They agreed to a ceasefire, even though Israel did not agree to pull out of Gaza. The only way Hezbollah agrees to that and abandons their one term is if they are getting smashed. Okay, that's how you know. Yeah, so of course this guy is not going to just start taking mustering whatever AKs these guys can get and fighting for the Golan Heights. It's not going to work. It's a stupid idea. He said diplomatic solutions were the only way to ensure security and stability, and that uncalculated military ventures were not wanted. The chief of staff for Israel's military, Herzi Halevi, dismissed the idea that Israel has no justification for involvement in Syria. We are not interfering in what's happening inside Syria, nor do we intend to govern it. However, we are unequivocally involved in ensuring the security of Israeli citizens living communities behind us in the Golan Heights, as well as positioning troops inside Syrian territory. Israel has also unleashed airstrikes on military targets across the country. It says it's doing this to stop weapons stockpiles falling into the hands of extremists. So the issue now is that Israel has just recently said that they want to double the settler population in the Golan Heights, and as long as Jalani holds this position, internationally, politically, it looks horrible for Israel, because there's this thing that the Israeli right-wingers get themselves into. They kind of themselves by doing this. Let's see this.
The Israeli government is calling it a demographic development of the Golan Heights. More bluntly, a plan to double the Israeli population in the annexed region on the border between Israel and Syria. Considered part of Syrian territory, Israel has occupied most of the strategic plateau for almost 60 years. There are more than 30,000 Israeli settlers living here in settlements that are illegal under international law. They just outnumber the Druze population, a minority Arab community who mostly identify as Syrian. Saudi Arabia has called Israel's new plan.
Why does Israel do this? Well, in general, they do it because they are bricking it over the idea of an unpredictable new Islamist group taking control over Syria. Big country, a lot of resources, a lot of capabilities, and they had an understanding with Assad. They didn't like Assad, but they understood him. They got the vibe. And now they're scared of this new situation, especially of it destabilizing and power vacuums being filled by crazy people and all that shit. But there's another problem, the Israeli right specifically, which is that they just don't trust Arabs. That's it. It doesn't matter what the Arabs do, they just don't trust them. I think, didn't Ariel Sharon literally say, just like, I would never accept any deal with any Arab? Like, he just said it flat out. So the problem is that Israel is very good at responding to threats. They're good at responding to attacks because they'll hit you back a million times harder. But they're not very good at responding to overtures for peace. They're not really good at responding to all the branches, right? When an Arab person says something like, we're not trying to destroy you, like, fuck off, leave us, what the hell are you doing? Come on, we're trying to build a country here. The Israeli right sees that and they go, wait, what the wait, what? Like, they don't like it. They can't handle it. So I think as long as Jalani keeps up this front, if he keeps to this line, it's going to make Netanyahu and the Israeli right look a lot more irrational. He's not even asking. I don't think he's not even asking for the Golan Heights. He's just asking for them to stop crossing into Syrian territory. Like, it's not. I don't think he's actually asked for the Golan Heights. He's said anything about we're going to liberate the Golan recently.
Part of a continued sabotage of opportunities to restore security and stability in Syria. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu
Hey,
is
look at
support of the
Trump Heights. Oh no, what's the incoming president going to have to say about this? Oh shit.
opportunities to restore security and stability in Syria. But Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is likely to have the support of the incoming US administration. During Donald Trump's first term in office, the US officially recognized the Golan Heights as part of Israeli territory, the only country to do so.
You know that up until, I think it was all the way up until 2011, there were so many periods when Israel and Syria were in talks about the Golan Heights. I didn't know that. I knew about Rabin, and I knew that things fell apart largely because Hafez died. I know that Barak, I think, was kind of talking about speaking to Assad about it, but also nothing happened. But Olmert spoke about it as well to Bashar al-Assad. And actually, I didn't know this. You know, the last time Israel discussed the Golan Heights with Syria, it was 2011. Apparently, Netanyahu and Assad, with intermediaries, were discussing returning the Golan Heights right before the civil war. Agreed in principle to withdraw from the Golan Heights during indirect talks with Assad in 2010, according to US documents. But the civil war started, so then they just kind of were like, oh, Assad's busy. He'll call you back later when he's done. They ended in 2011 after the popular uprising. The Prime Minister's office denied the report, saying they never accepted the American initiative. Well, maybe he was memeing then. Yeah. Report that Netanyahu and Ehud Barak opened secret negotiations with Assad over full withdrawal from the Golan to the shores of the Sea of Galilee in exchange for peace. Well, we know the talks happened. We just maybe don't know about what exactly Netanyahu was willing to cede.
The settlement plan is the latest in a series of moves Israel has made since the fall of Bashar al-Assad. It's already seized the demilitarized buffer zone to the east of the Golan Heights and has launched hundreds of airstrikes onto Syrian territory. Netanyahu insists Israel has no interest in conflict with Syria, but only in protecting itself.
I remind you that for decades, Syria was an active enemy state against Israel. It attacked us repeatedly and allowed others to attack us from its territory. To ensure that will not happen.
You know, people keep on talking about security, and they're like, oh, the high ground. What's that? In 2024, when we have drones and informants and all this technology, are we really sitting here deciding our borders, being like, oh no, but we're within the range of their mortars. We're in range of their archers. I know that this was like a whole thing about the Jordan Valley. That people cared a lot about the Jordan Valley, but then as it came to the 2000s, people were like, we don't really need this. Yes, for ground assaults. Fuck that, man. Come on. What are you going to do? The tanks go faster when you're rolling down the hill. I don't know. This is an L point. I don't believe it. They can get out of the Golan. They can take all the people with them, can they?
And again, we have taken a series of intensive actions in recent days to thwart potential threats from Syria.
Those actions include destroying military.
This is so nonsensical. Nowhere in the world is there a place where Jews are not allowed. The only place on the planet where Jews are not allowed is basically Israel. Like, Everybody wants the Jews to leave Israel. This is so weird. No one is asking Jews to leave New York or I don't know any other place on the planet. But Israel, no. You can't live in Israel. This is so bizarre. I mean, why do you care who lives where, how they identify? Why do you care? Who cares?
In Israel, how difficult is it? Build your own hill so that you're level with the Golan Heights on your side of the border.
Sites built by the Assad regime and disrupting.
What is it? What do you mean build your own hill? What do you mean your own? What is this nonsense? Like, why don't you tell the Americans to leave America and go back to Europe? It's exactly the same.
The Syrian supply routes used to transfer arms from Iran to Hezbollah.
They're faster when they run down the hill. Bro.
This guy, he's not an anti-Semite loner box. He usually defends Israel against all enemies. But right now he's being very I would say, I mean, relative to me, he is anti-Israel. Wait a minute, we didn't do a mic check. Are we streaming? La 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 la. Are we streaming? La 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 la. Yeah. La 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 la. Streaming very nicely. Very nicely.
Well, with this presidency, my hopes aren't high.
Might go all the way.
The Valley of Tears during the Yom Kippur War disagrees. Yeah, but this 50 years ago. Come on, get over.
Your hopes are not high for what? Last time Trump was in, it was very peaceful. Isn't that the most important parameter? Biden came in and the whole planet is burning.
Right, like it's 50 years ago. 50 years ago. Just build a wall that's as high as the Golan. How high is the Golan Heights? Are they really called that just because they're really high? 2,800 meters. That's nothing. How high is the Burj Khalifa? 800. So you're building like 3.5 of these. Is that a big deal? What's a big deal? You're not a military expert. Are you? Mate, if it's there for security, why get settlers there? The fuck? If they just filled it with soldiers and vibe. I don't know. You guys are weird. Why did Hood Barak humor the idea of giving it up for peace? He was the chief of staff, bro. He was a decorated chief of staff. Okay, I trust him more than you guys. The fuck? Golan is annexed, so they're not settlers. Do you know how annexation works? Are the fucking Russians in Crimea who have been moved in post-annexation? Are they settlers to you? They are, right? Even though Russia annexed it, like, yeah, they're still settlers.
The point is, Israel is a democracy. There's plenty of Arabs, Muslim Arabs, Christian Arabs living in Israel. It's nothing. So it doesn't matter who lives in the Golan Heights. Israel happens to be a democracy, a law-abiding democracy. If you are a citizen of Israel living in the Golan Heights, you're going to behave. If you're a non-Israeli living in the Golan Heights, which would not be under Israeli occupation, you're likely not to behave. Arabs around Israel don't behave well. We see it with Lebanon, Hezbollah. We see it with Gaza. We see it with Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. Basically, everywhere there is non-Israelis around Israel, they're belligerent. And Israel is not belligerent. Israel went in, it said two things. We're going in for defense purposes and temporarily. Now, I'm personally, I don't care about the temporarily. I'd rather, but the point is, Israel, whatever it's doing, it's for defense. No, I don't think, anyway.
We just look at them settlers. The Druze want to be annexed, though. Yeah, I know you've seen like one YouTube video or one video on Twitter of a bunch of people in a room saying, yeah, let's go. Majority of Druze in Golan, how do you identify Syrian or neither? Only a fifth of them took Israeli citizenship. And that's been a while.
Why not? Now that all the Arab states...
Look, if you live in a country and you're not a loyal citizen, then you need to leave. You can't stay. You can't be an enemy within. I'm thinking, in the United States, can you declare to be an enemy of the United States? Can you declare allegiance to the enemy of the United States? I don't think so. I think you go to jail or something, or get executed.
States are completely disarmed now that the Syrian Arab Republic is no more. They don't have an air force. They
If
don't.
they really care about buffers, okay, that's what I'm saying. If you really care about buffers, what you gotta do is, hear me out. If you want a buffer, there's a bunch of Druze living here, right? And here. So if you care about buffer, make a buffer state. Why do you need a buffer zone? Or why do you need like a security? Just make a buffer state. That means that Syria has to go through a state to get to you. You're just beefing up your defenses.
Why do you care? Why do you care if it's a buffer state or if it's a buffer zone? Why do you care? Why should I care? Why should anybody care? Who cares? Why, if it's Israel or anybody else, any other country, who cares? What's the difference? Why do you care so much? Why does anybody care? Why are we talking about this so much? Israel happens to be the best country in the area. It's the most democratic and it's the most economically free. And it's the wealthiest. If Israel is going to settle the place, these are going to be beautiful places. If not Israel will settle, it's going to be very poor, and poverty leads to terrorism and violence. And then they're going to go attack Israel.
And then these guys, and then the Druze Heights, Druze country, can join NATO, and they can have nukes here. That's security, okay? If you cared about security, you'd give this up to the Druze and make it their own country. Then
why do you need somebody's own country? Why can't you have Israel and anyone can live there? Anyone can live anywhere. It's a free country.
Druzeland, Druzestan, is literally like in between you and the big bad Sunnis, right? Am I wrong? Has anyone asked?
Yeah, you're wrong. You're wrong. You want to debate me? Somebody tell this guy I want to debate him. Let me text him. What time is it? 14:16. I'd love to debate you on Druze. How do you spell Druze? Druze land.
Ask them in the polling. They'll say, "Do you want citizenship, or do you want to be part of Syria?" Why don't you ask them if they want independence? Independent Golan Don't annex it. Denex it. Unnex it. Why would Israel outsource their security to others? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Okay, maybe the Druze will just allow HTS to invade them for memes. You think they wouldn't fight? Just give it to the Druze. Look, annex this bit, and then
why? I don't understand the motivation. I mean, Israel is the best country in the region by far. It would be the most beneficial for everyone in the Middle East if Israel just conquered the Middle East.
Unnex this bit and just make it into a Drexit.
If you want the citizens of the Middle East to have the highest quality of life, the best life, then you would support Israel taking over the Middle East.
Drew found land. Okay. He's so mad. Look at him. He's actually giving up on the Arabs.
Israel has destroyed both of them in the last 48 hours. They don't have an army. They have an armed group of fanatic terrorists, of variety of plethora of different organizations, some of whom have even begun fighting among themselves already, and definitely will be within days, weeks.
Bro, what was happening with the Assad regime? How many defectors were getting thrown in jail from the Assad regime, Bob? Like,
I don't think anyone went to jail. I think this is part of the peaceful transfer of power that Assad negotiated with the HTC. What do you call them? THC? With the rebels.
Oh, now it's a problem that people in Syria are fighting each other. Now it's an issue. I see. Okay.
Or at the maximum months from now. The Takfiri fanatics are crushing the Kurdish fighters in their enclave in Syria. They may find it a tougher.
Yeah, well, I mean, Israel wants to keep a distance from this mess. I mean, if Syria was Switzerland, then Israel wouldn't have a problem with Syria. But Syria is not Switzerland. Syria is very poor, therefore very violent, very unstable. So, of course, it makes sense to keep your distance.
Or not to crack than the...
Which is why Israel is keeping its distance from Syria, which is why Israel is creating a buffer zone from Syria. It makes perfect sense.
The Syrian Arab army was in the end. These Kurdish groups are militarily, very experienced, very well armed, and crucially, have the support of the United States.
Israel will use the new buffer zone as leverage to negotiate in the future. That's the point. Why are they posting? Why are people posting videos of the Druze people in the buffer zone being like, "Oh, look, they want to be with us"? Why are they doing that then? If he wants to give up the DMZ to Jelani, that makes Jelani look like he gained something from being chill. Like maybe, but I don't know if you're gonna, like you're not gonna get normalized relations anytime soon. Just because Israel annexed the goal. So what the fuck is this argument? You think if Israel annexes half the West Bank, then it's theirs all of a sudden? Like annexation doesn't work like that. You need the rest of the world to recognize. You need to come to an agreement with people.
So we now have an intra-NATO conflict going on in the north of Syria between Turkey and US-backed Kurdish.
You don't need anyone's approval. You can do whatever you want. I don't get this. Israel can force its way to any status that it wants. It can just crush all the countries around and just take over the Middle East. No one can stop it. Israel doesn't need anyone's approval. Israel can, on that same day, leave the UN. Israel doesn't care about anyone. I mean, why should it? Israel should do whatever is best for Israel.
Opposition groups. But in the rest, in the rest of the country, things look black indeed. The black flags of ISIS and Al-Qaeda hang everywhere, are being paraded everywhere. The makeover that CNN, and CNN and the New York Times tried to give them has been just as quickly washed away. Beheadings have begun. The murder of...
I don't think there's any beheadings. If there are, it's on the fringe. I think it's very stable right now.
people for no other reason than their religious affiliation.
But he wants to claim that under Russia and Assad and Iran and Hezbollah, it was more stable than it is now.
Has begun.
So I think the rebels got the message that if they're going to misbehave, then they're going to be demolished. So they're behaving very nicely, like the rest of us.
Social media.
Yeah, that never happened under, even if this happened now, like this never happened under Assad. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? What the fuck? Why is he so stupid?
Is filled with videos too lurid for me to recommend that you watch, and you'll never see them in the
What do you mean? What are you talking about?
mainstream media
He's so sad.
because they're filled with.
He's normally a lot more boisterous, isn't he? Doesn't he normally have a lot more flair? He shouts like Braveheart. Mind if I say something later? No, okay, hang on. Yeah.
Okay, is that working out? Yeah. Okay, all right, fine. My mic was fucked there for a second, sorry. I just fucking hate the argument that Israel is invading this to then, like, negotiate back, try to get recognition of Golan with Syria. It's like, okay, it's okay now for Israel to invade a sovereign country, capture a bunch of, basically take a bunch of villages hostages and say, okay, we're not going to give this back until you give us this land. Like, it's effectively hostage taking for negotiations with a state. Is that what they're doing, though? I thought what they were doing was they're there because the agreement with Syria, the Syrian government is defunct. That's why they're doing it, isn't it? That's why they're doing it. Them basically capture. I think it's pretty clear that this is some kind of a negotiation tactic with regards to Syria over Golan with settlement. To me, this just seems as them trying to strong arm Syria, basically bombing the fuck out of the military capabilities, capturing a bunch of land, and saying, okay, well, we're going to keep bombing you and holding your land until you recognize Golan or
This has nothing to do with reality, as far as I know.
demilitarize or whatever. And it's assault and hostage taking, effectively. To try to, it just to me, it just seems super dishonest. And like assuming that Netanyahu is doing anything other than that just seems fundamentally incorrect, since that's basically then his, political strategy and deal.
What do you mean dishonest? What are you talking about? What do you mean? I don't know what you mean by dishonest. What did somebody promise you something, or what are you talking about? Israel is the nicest kid on the block, and let me just make sure that I can see. So Israel needs to not be as nice. Israel needs to. We saw nice guys finish last. There's no point in being nice. You can't be nice. That should not be your agenda. Your agenda should be to succeed and for your citizens to be happy and for the world to be happy and successful. There's nothing positive about being a good guy or a bad guy. That's not the point. The point is to elevate everyone's quality of life to the max.
Dealing with neighboring states forever, just strong arming and use of force over anything else. I mean, it's why he got along well with. It's why Israel was able to get along well with the Assad regime. It was okay. We're going to use force and negotiate with you because you're a strong man, and strong men only understand strong men.
Don't know if I agree with all too much of that, but okay.
Israel is democracy. Assad was a dictatorship. What are you talking about?
I don't know. To me, it just seems.
I think they're doing it because they don't trust whatever comes after Assad. I think that's basically Has for this territory like in the
All right, so here's the answer. So why do you? So I don't get this guy.
buffer zone. It's like, there used to be the Assad regime stopping people from going over and attacking Golan or whatever, but then now they're not there, and then they're like, oh shit. If they're going to use that as a bargain chip, it's not quite the same as hostage taking, but yeah, it'd be great.
If you're capturing a bunch of villages and just hold, again, it's to me, it just
As opposed to who, though? Who else was going
What bargaining chip? Bargaining chip. What bargain? Who needs to bargain? Bargain for what? What are you talking about?
Like, who else was going to be there? Like HTS?
Anyway, what a waste of time. Let's see. What else? Okay. 7 Nick Fuentes body cam footage. They got him. Okay. Let's get notified. The rule of 70. Yeah. So every 70 years, your money doubles at 1% interest rate. At 2%, it's every 35 years. Your money doubles. At 3%, how does it? At 3%, it's every 25 years. How does it work? Let's see this. This is interesting. Let's see it.
Hello, hello. The so-called Rule of 70, or the closely related Rule of 72, is just the kick in the pants you need to make you think seriously about growing a money tree so that you will be able to retire comfortably someday. The rule itself can be used by anyone who knows basic arithmetic, and understanding why the Rule of 70 works only requires a little more math, namely logarithms. And if you want to delve into every nook and cranny, it helps to know the Taylor series for the logarithm function too. But don't worry, even if you have never encountered logarithms in your life, you can still get a lot out of this video. In the next few minutes, I will explain what the Rule of 70 says, why it is important, and for those with the math to follow it, why the rule actually works. So, the Rule of 70 says that if your money grows by R% per year, and that R% could be an interest rate in a savings account or the return on an investment or whatever, then it takes about 70 divided by R years for your money to double. As you'll soon see, this is a powerful little rule of thumb. I should also note that 70 over R is very close to 72 over R, so we sometimes use 72 over R instead if it's more convenient. For example, it's easier to divide 72 by 9, which gives us 8, than it is to divide 70 by.
Okay, so 72 by 1% is 72 years. 72 divided by 2, if it's 2%, 3%, 4%, let's say 10%, which is like S&P approximately. So 70 divided by 10, that means every 7 years your money doubles if you keep it in S&P. That's very interesting.
9, which gives us, well, if you see.
But there is inflation, so you need to subtract about, I would say, 2 or 3% for inflation. So if you're getting 10% in the S&P, let's subtract about 3% for inflation, so that's 7%. So that's 10 years. So every 10 years, your money doubles in the S&P.
See the point. So I'll note here that 72 over R works too, which is why you sometimes hear this rule called the Rule of 72. Anyway, to appreciate what this is telling us and why it is important, let's imagine two friends of the same age named Moses and Jesus, and let's imagine their lives mapped out on a timeline. Well, from the time they were young boys, they often talk to each other of the great things they plan to do in their lives, and they agree that they'd like to retire sometime between the ages of 65 and say 73, depending on their health, wealth, and so forth. At the time our story begins, these two friends are 30 years old, and each of them decides to put away $20,000 towards their retirements. So what do they do with their money? Well, Jesus saves, so he goes to the bank and puts his money in a savings account where it earns 2% interest per year, and he's not going to touch that money until he retires. The Rule of 70 tells us that the doubling time for his money will be about 70 over 2, so about 35 years. So in 35 years, when he's 65 years old and thinking about retiring, his $20,000 will have doubled to $40,000. Not bad. But while Jesus saves, Moses invests. 30-year-old Moses opens a brokerage account and puts his $20,000 into the stock market where it grows at 9% per year. Okay, 9% is bigger than 2%, so that seems good. But how much difference can it really make, you might ask? I mean, they're both one-digit numbers. So sure, maybe Moses will make a bit more money, but will it be significantly more? Yes, it will. And the Rule of 70 will show us why. According to the Rule of 70, but here using 72, which will be more convenient, the doubling time for Moses' investment will be 72 over 9, so 8 years. That means that when Moses is 38 years old, his $20,000 will have doubled to $40,000. 8 years later, when Moses is 46 years old, his $40,000 will have doubled to $80,000. 8 years after that, when he's 54, it will have doubled again to $160,000. Another 8 years, another doubling. He's now 62, and his initial investment is now worth $320,000. And he may still have one more doubling period left before he retires. 8 years later, when he's 70, that money has doubled again to $640,000. So by the time these two men are approaching or at retirement age, the choices they made as to what to do with their money at the age of 30 have led to very significant differences in wealth. And of course, we've only followed one decision that they've made. Both men should be putting money away for retirement throughout their working lives. Let's say, for another example, that when they are 40 years old, Moses and Jesus each have another $10,000 to put towards retirement. Let's say that Jesus still wants to keep his money in the bank, but now instead of just sticking it in a savings account, he buys some CDs, certificates of deposit at the bank, and these net him 4% growth, which is certainly better than 2. Well, the Rule of 70, or let's do 72, tells us that his doubling time will be about 72 over 4, which is 18 years. So when Jesus is 58, his $10,000 will have doubled to $20,000, and 18 years after that, when he's
Okay, so just more and more and more examples.
our earnings, namely R% of A. But R% of A just means R 100ths of A, and you'll remember from basic algebra that we can rewrite that expression by factoring in A out of both terms, leaving us with A times the quantity 1 plus R over 100. Good. The key observation here is that whatever our initial amount was, to determine what we'll have 1 year later, we simply take that initial amount and multiply it by this expression in the orange box, 1 plus the growth rate over 100. But don't even think about the details of that expression for now. Just think of it as the magic orange box that takes us algebraically from 1 year to the next. For example, how much will we have after 2 years? Well, we just take what we have after 1 year and multiply it by the orange box. This gives us A times 2 copies of the orange box, or as we write more compactly, A times the orange box squared. And now you can surely see how this works. After 3 years, we have all the money we started with at the end of the second year times the orange box. Or more compactly, after 3 years, we have A times the orange box to the power of 3. And on this goes. It should now be clear that after t years, for any value of t, we'll have A, our initial amount, times the orange box raised to the power of t. 1 box for each year. This is progress because we can use this expression to build an equation whose solution will be the doubling time that we are trying to prove really is about 70 over r. The idea is that if we let d be the number of years we need to double our money, then to get from A, our starting investment, to 2A, where our money has doubled, we'll need to multiply by the magic stuff in our orange box, d times. But what is d? Well, now that we've got it in an equation, we can solve for it. The first thing to observe is that we have a factor of A on both sides of the equation, so we can cancel those out. Now, this has already revealed something interesting. There are no A's left in the equation. That means that the doubling time must be independent of A. It has nothing to do with our initial investment. It only depends on the rate of growth. Anyway, we're trying to solve for d, but it is perched up in a tree, as it were. How do we get it down? We'll use the tool we always use for solving exponential equations, logarithms. The key property is that if we start with anything and raise it to some power, then applying a logarithm to the whole thing has the effect of pulling the power down to the ground.
So log of this and log of that, log of 2 and the natural log of this. Natural log of this, it's d times the natural log of this.
Where it becomes a mere factor. So we can apply this tool to our equation by simply taking the logarithm of both sides. When we do that, the exponent d gets pulled down from its perch and simply becomes a factor of the left-hand side. To solve for d, we just need to divide both sides by the left-hand side's other factor. When we do that, we find that d is log 2 over log 1 plus r over 100. Good. Now we have an exact expression for the doubling time, but nobody wants to carry that awful thing around in their heads. And even if you could remember it, actually using it on the fly to make quick calculations would be tedious. You would need to haul out a scientific calculator. But now that we have an exact, albeit unwieldy, expression, our next task will be to soften it up a bit, to trade a little accuracy for big gains in comprehensibility and user-friendliness. This is going to involve 2 approximations, one for the numerator and one for the denominator. Let's start upstairs where we have log 2. Now log 2 is just a number, a constant, and if we consult the calculator, we see that log 2 is about 0.69. So if we are willing to soften our equation into an approximation, we can trade that log 2 with a much more tangible 0.69. Good. Now let's put our calculator away and think about the denominator. This is much trickier because the denominator is not a constant, so we can't just get a numerical approximation for it. Instead, what we have downstairs is a function of r, and an unpleasant one at that, involving a logarithm. Well, how do we approximate a function? The trick is to replace the function with a simpler function whose output values approximate the output values of our original unwieldy function, at least for the sorts of inputs in which we're interested. But how do we find a simpler function that will do the trick? I'll show you such a function and explain how it works in 2 ways, and hopefully at least one will resonate with you. The first is a high-level approach. If you've had a year of calculus, you've probably met the idea of a Taylor series. Well, the Taylor series for log of 1 plus x is a pretty well-known one. If you don't know that one, but you do know about Taylor series in general, it should be easy for you to derive. I'll leave those details to you, but the series ultimately it looks like this. The first term is x, and then there's the higher order stuff, which, if we are willing to change this equality for an approximation, can be thrown away, leaving us with a useful approximation. Log of 1 plus x is approximately x, at least when x is a fairly small number. So for example, log of 1.02, that is 1 plus 0.02, is approximately 0.02, which you could verify if you like on a calculator. Similarly, log of 1.09 is approximately 0.09. And more to the point here, log of 1 plus r over 100 is approximately r over 100 itself. And this is the approximation we will use for the denominator in just a moment.
That means that the first derivative of the natural log at around 1 is just x. It's y equals x. Just around 1. The derivative, the slope is 1.
But wait, another thinker has an objection. Suppose I don't know anything about Taylor series. Why?
That's what the Taylor series says.
Should I believe in this weird approximation? It's a fair question. So here's a second, lower-level explanation for why that approximation holds. If we graph the 2 functions that are supposedly approximately equal, we see that, yes, they are quite close together, especially for modest values of r, below 20 or so, which covers the sorts of growth rates that we can reasonably hope to see for our money. Thus, it's reasonable for us to approximate the complicated function with the logarithm with the simple one without the logarithm. Our second thinker, newly enlightened, is satisfied, and I hope you are too. At any rate, we'll now replace the bottom of our approximation for d with the much simpler expression r over 100. Dividing 0.69 by r over 100 is the same as multiplying it by 100 over r, and 100.69 is 69. So now we have that d is about 69 over r, but 69 is close to 70, so let's make that substitution too. And lo and behold, we have just deduced that d, our doubling time, is about
72.
70 over r years. So we have explained why the rule of 70 works. Hooray! Oh, and of course 70 is close to 72, which explains the rule of 72. And that's that. So go forth.
Wait, so why? So 72 is just because it's easier to divide by 2?
And prosper. Invest some money. Open a brokerage account and learn more mathematics. If you want to understand those logarithms better, read my book, Pre-Calculus Made Difficult. If you want to understand Taylor series, read my book,
Pre-calculus made difficult? Oh my god.
Full Frontal Calculus and Infinitesimal Approach. But whatever you do, plan for your future while you still have plenty of doubling periods ahead of you. Good night.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Strike price, then you lose the premium paid for the option. But if the stock price is dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach to risk. Do you think that most people are aware of this single equation spawned 4 multi-trillion-dollar industries and transformed everyone's approach?
Let's see if we can understand it. So dVdt plus RS dVds plus 1/2 sigma squared s squared. The second derivative of v ds squared minus rv equals 0. Exchange traded options. I don't know. I don't know what this equation means.
Approach to risk. Do you think that most people are aware of the size, scale, utility of derivatives?
No, no idea.
But at its core, this equation comes from physics, from discovering atoms, understanding how heat is transferred, and how to beat the casino at blackjack. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising that some of the best to beat the stock market were not veteran traders, but physicists, scientists, and mathematicians. In 1988, a mathematics professor named Jim Simons set up the Medallion Investment Fund. And every year for the next 30 years, the Medallion Fund delivered higher returns than the market average. And not just by a little bit. It returned 66% per year. At that rate of growth, $100 invested in 1988 would be worth $8.4 billion today. This made Jim Simons easily the richest mathematician of all time. But being good at math doesn't guarantee success in financial markets. Just ask Isaac Newton. In 1720, Newton was 77 years old, and he was rich. He had made a lot of money working as a professor at Cambridge for decades, and he had a side hustle as the master of the Royal Mint. His net worth was £30,000, the equivalent of $6 million today. Now, to grow his fortune, Newton invested in stocks. One of his big bets was on the South Sea Company. Their business was shipping enslaved Africans across the Atlantic.
That's what we know not to do today. We know not to put all your eggs in one basket. Rather, you want to diversify. And a good way to diversify, not giving advice, but a good way to diversify is the S&P 500. I don't think there's any reason for it to be diversified. But it just ends up being diversified because it's not the only way to get into the S&P 500 is just to be successful. Basically, it's the 500 most successful companies. I don't know the exact parameters, but it has nothing to do with the industry. So the most important thing when you diversify, aka not putting all your eggs in one basket, is if your investment portfolio is composed of stocks in companies that are independent of each other. So the S&P 500, there's no reason for the industries of the stocks to be dependent on each other. If you look at the names of the companies in the S&P 500, you can tell they have nothing. These are completely diverse industries.
This was booming, and the share price grew rapidly. By April of 1720, the value of Newton's shares had doubled, so he sold his stock. But the stock price kept going up, and by June, Newton bought back in, and he kept buying shares even as the price peaked.
Wait, do you buy as it goes up? No, you're supposed to sell. Anyway, you're not supposed to buy or sell. You're supposed to buy and hold if you believe. The question is, do you believe? Do you really have a reason to believe? So S&P, it represents the American market. So do you believe in the American markets? If you do, then you buy and hold. Done. That's it.
When the price started to fall, Newton didn't sell. He bought more shares, thinking he was buying the dip. But there was no rebound, and ultimately he lost around a third of his wealth. When asked why he didn't see it coming, Newton responded, "I can calculate the motions of the heavenly bodies, but not the madness of people." So what did Simons get right that Newton got wrong?
It's not madness. When you say madness, that's already when you're wrong. It's nothing to do with madness. What do you mean? It's exactly the opposite. The people are not mad. In general, people are normal. People are just like you.
Wrong. Well, for one thing, Simons was able to stand on the shoulders of giants. The pioneer of using math to model financial markets was Louis Bachelier, born in 1870. Both of his parents died when he was 18, and he had to take over his father's wine business. He sold the business a few years later and moved to Paris to study physics, but he needed a job to support himself and his family, and he found one at the Bourse, the Paris Stock Exchange. And inside was Newton's madness of people in its rawest form. Hundreds of traders screaming price.
Veritasium buys into Newton's madness. There's no madness. Why would you say there is madness? When you go to the supermarket to buy tomatoes, are you mad? No, you're not mad. But that is what determines the price of tomatoes. And so the same, right? You wouldn't say the price of tomatoes there's any madness around the price of tomatoes. So why would you say there's madness around the price of anything? That's ridiculous.
Prices, making hand signals and doing deals. The thing that captured Bachellier's interest were contracts known as options. The earliest known options were bought around 600 BC by the Greek philosopher Thales of Miletus. He believed that the coming summer would yield a bumper crop of olives. To make money off this idea, he could have purchased olive presses, which, if he were right, would be in great demand. But he didn't have enough money to buy the machines. So instead, he went to all the existing olive press owners and paid them a little bit of money to secure the option to rent their presses in the summer for a specified price. When the harvest came, Thales was right. There were so many olives that the price of renting a press skyrocketed. Thales paid the press owners their pre-agreed price, and then he rented out the machines at a higher rate and pocketed the difference. Thales had executed the first known call option. A call option gives you the right but not the obligation to buy something at a later date for a set price, known as the strike price. You can also buy a put option, which gives you the right but not the obligation to sell something at a later date for the strike price. Put options are useful if you expect the price to go down. Call options are useful if you expect the price to go up. For example, let's say the current price of Apple stock is $100, but you expect it to go up. You could buy a call option for $10 that gives you the right but not the obligation to buy Apple stock in 1 year for $100. That is the strike price. Just a little side note, American options can be exercised on any date up to the expiry, whereas European options must be exercised on the expiry date. To keep things simple, we'll stick to European options. So if in a year the price of Apple stock has gone up to $130, you can use the option to buy shares for $100 and then immediately sell them for $130. After you take into account the $10 you paid for the option, you've made a $20 profit. Alternatively, if in a year the stock price has dropped to $70, you just wouldn't use the option and you've lost the $10 you paid for it. So the profit and loss diagram looks like this. If the stock price ends up below the strike price, you lose what you paid for the option. But if the stock price is higher than the strike price, then you earn that difference minus the cost of the option. There are at least 3 advantages of options. One is that it limits your downside. If you had bought stock instead of the option and it went down to $70, you would have lost $30. And in theory, you could have lost $100 if the stock went to 0. The second benefit is options provide leverage. If you had bought the stock and it went up to $130, then your investment grew by 30%. But if you had bought the option, you only had to put up $10. So your profit of $20 is actually a 200% return on investment. On the downside, if you had owned the stock, your investment would have only dropped by 30%. Whereas with the option, you lose all 100%. So with options trading, there's a chance to make much larger profits, but also much bigger losses. The third benefit is you can use options as a hedge.
I think the original motivation for options was to figure out a way to reduce risk. And then, of course, once people decided they wanted to buy insurance, that meant that there are other people out there that wanted to sell it for a profit. And that's how markets get created.
It's so beautiful. Look at this
You wanted
guy.
to buy
He's
insurance.
sitting in this huge office. That's how we should all be living our lives. We should all have huge offices and huge homes. There's no reason, the only reason we all end up crammed into small spaces is because leftists and environmentalists are blocking construction. Like there's no construction in most of the world. Most of the world is it's green, or it's a desert, it's whatever it is, and we can't touch it. It's nature. It's nature. It's nature. You cannot touch nature. But I am nature. I no. Shut up. It's nature. You're not nature. You're human. Humans are not nature. Everything else is nature except for humans. Why? Shut up. Why? Because shut up.
Insurance, that meant that there are other people out there that wanted to sell it for a profit. And that's how
I'm nature. How am I not nature?
markets get created.
So options can be an incredibly useful investing tool. But what
What did he say?
Motivation for options was to figure out a way to
investment would have only dropped by 30%, whereas with the option, you lose all 100%. So with options trading, there's a chance to make much larger profits, but also much bigger losses. The third benefit is you can use options as a hedge.
I think the original motivation for options was to figure out a way to reduce risk. And then, of course, once people decided they wanted to buy insurance, that meant that there are other people out there that wanted to sell it for a profit. And that's how markets get created.
So options can be an incredibly useful investing tool. But what Bachelier saw on the trading floor was chaos, especially when it came to the price of stock options.
Even though they had been around for hundreds of years, no one had found a good way to price them. Traders would just bargain to come to an agreement about what the price should be.
Given the option to buy or sell something in the future, it seems like a very amorphous kind of a trade. And so coming up with prices for these rather strange objects has been a challenge that's plagued a number of economists and business people for centuries.
Now, Bachelier, already interested in probability, thought there had to be a mathematical solution to this problem, and he proposed this as his PhD topic to his advisor, Henri Poincaré. Looking into the math of finance wasn't really something people did back then, but to Bachelier's surprise, Poincaré agreed. To accurately price an option, first you need to know what happens to stock prices over time. The price of a stock is basically set by a tug of war between buyers and sellers. When more people want to buy a stock, the price goes up. When more people want to sell a stock, the price goes down. But the number of buyers and sellers can be influenced by almost anything, like the weather, politics, new competitors, innovation, and so on. So Bachelier realized that it's virtually impossible to predict all these factors accurately. So the best you can do is assume that at any point in time, the stock price is just as likely to go up as down. And therefore, over the long term, stock prices follow a random walk, moving up and down as if their next move is determined by the flip of a coin.
Randomness is a hallmark.
I'm thinking, what determines a price? Is it a tug of war? Like when you go to the supermarket to buy a tomato, is there a tug of war? I don't know.
part of an efficient market. By efficient, economists typically mean that you can't make money by trading.
The idea that you shouldn't be able to buy an asset and sell it immediately for a profit is known as the efficient market hypothesis.
The more people try to make money by predicting the stock market and then trading on those predictions, the less predictable those prices are. If you and I could predict the stock market tomorrow, then we would do it. We would start trading today on stocks that we thought were going to go up tomorrow. Well, if we did that, then instead of going up tomorrow, they would go up now as we bought more and more of the stock. So the very act of predicting actually affects the quality of the future outcomes. And so in a totally efficient market, the prices tomorrow.
This is like, is it Heisenberg? No, this is not Heisenberg.
Act of predicting actually affects the quality of the future outcomes. And so in a totally efficient market, the prices tomorrow can't possibly have any predictive power.
Yeah, but in quantum systems, the act of measurement influences the system.
Or if they did, we would have taken advantage of it today.
This is a Galton board. It's got rows of pegs arranged in a triangle and around 6,000 tiny ball bearings that I can pour through the pegs. And each time a ball hits a peg, there's a 50-50 chance it goes to the left or the right. So each ball follows a random walk as it passes through these pegs, which makes it basically impossible to predict the path of any individual ball. But if I flip this over, what you can see is that all the balls together always create a predictable pattern. That is, a collection of random walks creates a normal distribution. It's centered around the middle because the number of paths a ball could take to get here is the greatest, and the further out you go, the fewer the paths a ball could take to get there. Like if you want to end up here, well, the ball would have to go left, 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 all the way down. So there's only one way to get here, but to get into the middle, there are thousands of paths that a ball could take. Now, Bachelier
There's many more ways to get to the center. Wow, that's incredible.
believed a stock price is just like a ball going through a Galton board. Each additional layer of pegs represents a time step. So after a short time, the stock price could only move up or down a little, but after more time, a wider range of prices is possible. According to Bachelier, the expected future price of a stock is described by a normal distribution, centered on the current price, which spreads out over time. Bachelier realized he had rediscovered the exact equation which describes how heat radiates from regions of high temperature to regions of low temperature. This was first discovered by Joseph Fourier back in 1822. So Bachelier called his discovery the radiation of probabilities. Since he was writing about finance, the physics community didn't take any notice, but the mathematics of the random walk would go on to solve an almost century-old mystery in physics. In 1827, Scottish botanist Robert Brown was looking at pollen grains under the microscope, and he noticed that the particles suspended in water on the microscope slide were moving around randomly. Because he didn't know whether it was something to do with the pollen being living material, he tested non-organic particles, such as dust from lava and meteorite rock. Again, he saw them moving around in the same way. So Brown discovered that any particles, if they were small enough, exhibited this random movement, which came to be known as Brownian motion. But what caused it remained a mystery. 80 years later, in 1905, Einstein figured out the answer. Over the previous couple hundred years, the idea...
Sabine right now would tap the Einstein figure she has on her desk.
that gases and liquids were made up of molecules became more and more popular. But not everyone
That guy again.
was convinced that molecules were real in a physical sense.
It's like the 20th century is just Einstein's century.
Just that the theory explained a lot of observations. The idea led Einstein to hypothesize that Brownian motion is caused by the trillions of molecules hitting the particle from every direction every instant. Occasionally, more will hit from one side than the other, and the particle
Wait, what?
be known as Brownian motion. But what caused it remained a mystery. 80 years later, in 1905, Einstein figured out the answer. Over the previous couple hundred years, the idea that gases and liquids were made up of molecules became more and more popular. But not everyone was convinced that molecules were real in a physical sense, just that the theory explained a lot of observations. The idea led Einstein to hypothesize that Brownian motion is caused by the trillions of molecules hitting the particle from every direction every instant. Occasionally, more will hit from one side than the other, and the particle will momentarily jump. To derive the mathematics, Einstein supposed that as an observer, we can't see or predict these collisions with any certainty. So at any time, we have to assume that the particle is just as likely to move in one direction as another. So just like stock prices, microscopic particles move like a ball falling down a Galton board. The expected location of a particle is described by a normal distribution which broadens with time. It's why even in completely still water, microscopic particles spread out. This is diffusion. By solving the Brownian motion mystery, Einstein had found definitive evidence that atoms and molecules exist. Of course, he had no idea that Bachelier had uncovered the random walk 5 years earlier. By the time Bachelier finished his PhD, he had finally figured out a mathematical way to price an option. Remember that with a call option, if the future price of a stock is less than the strike price, then you lose the premium paid for the option. But if the stock price is greater than the strike price, you pocket that difference. You make a net profit if the stock has gone up by more than you paid for the option. So the probability that an option buyer makes a profit is the probability that the price increases by more than the price paid for it, which is the green shaded area. And the probability that the seller makes money is just the probability that the price stays low enough that the buyer doesn't earn more than they paid for it. This is the red shaded area. Multiplying the profit or loss by the probability of each outcome, Bachelier calculated the expected return of an option. Now, how much should it cost? If the price of an option is too high, no one will want to buy it. Conversely, if the price is too low, everyone will want to buy it. Bachelier argued that the fair price is what makes the expected return for buyers and sellers equal. Both parties should stand to gain or lose the same amount. That was Bachelier's insight into how to accurately price an option. When Bachelier finished his thesis, he had beaten Einstein to inventing the random walk and solved a problem that had eluded options traders for hundreds of years. But no one noticed. The physicists were uninterested and traders weren't ready. The key thing missing was a way to make a ton of money. Hey, so I'm not sure how stock traders sleep at night with billions of dollars riding on the madness of people, but I have been sleeping just fine thanks to the sponsor of this video, 8 Sleep. I've recently moved to Australia and it has been...
Again, he goes with the madness of people. Terrible. So that's what Australia looks like? Why did he move to Australia? Oh, it's got cooling and heating? No way.
really hot. But I've been keeping cool at night using the 8 Sleep Pod. It's a smart mattress cover that can control the temperature of the bed and track how well you sleep.
Oh my God. That's brilliant.
You can set the temperature to whatever you like, from around 13 degrees Celsius all the way up to 43 degrees Celsius. And my wife likes it a little warmer than I do, so it's useful that we can each have our own temperature on our own side of the bed. If you don't know what works best for you, well,
Wait, what is she like?
degrees Celsius. And my wife likes it a little warmer than I do, so it's useful that we can each have our own temperature on our own side of the bed. If you don't know what works best for you, well, the pod will learn your ideal temperature and optimize it throughout the night using its autopilot. And usually that means getting a couple of degrees cooler during the start of the night and then warming up in the morning to help you wake up. You can also have it wake you with a slight vibration, which is really pleasant, and it doesn't disturb your partner like an annoying phone sound. You know, I've been tracking my sleep before and after using the pod, and I found I've been sleeping longer and waking up less since using the pod. So if you want to try it out for yourself, click on the link in the description. And thanks again to 8 Sleep for sponsoring this part of the video. In the 1950s, a young physics graduate, Ed Thorpe, was doing his PhD in Los Angeles. But a few hours drive away, Las Vegas was quickly becoming the gambling capital of the world, and Thorpe saw a way to make a fortune. He headed to Vegas and sat down at the blackjack table. Back then, the dealer only used a single deck of cards, so Thorpe could keep a mental note of all the cards that had been played as he saw them. This allowed him to work out if he had an advantage. He would bet a bigger portion of his funds when the odds were in his favor and less when they weren't. He had invented card counting. This is a remarkable innovation considering blackjack had been around in various forms for hundreds of years. And for a while, this made him a lot of money. But the casinos got wise to his strategy, and they added more decks of cards to the game to reduce the benefit of card counting. So Thorpe took his winnings to what he called the biggest casino on earth, the stock market. He started a hedge fund that would go on to make a 20% return every year for 20 years, the best performance ever seen at that time. And he did it by transferring the skills he honed at the blackjack table to the stock market. Thorpe pioneered a type of hedging, a way to protect against losses with balancing or compensating transactions.
Thorpe did it mathematically. He looked at the odds of winning and losing and decided that under certain conditions, you can actually tilt the odds in your favor by using certain patterns to be able to make bets.
Suppose Bob sells Alice a call option on a stock, and let's say the stock has gone up, so now it's in the money for Alice. Well, now for every additional $1 the stock price goes up, Bob will lose $1. But he can eliminate this risk by owning 1 unit of stock. Then if the price goes up, he would lose $1 from the option, but gain that dollar back from the stock. And if the stock drops back out of the money for Alice, he sells the stock, so he doesn't risk losing any money from that either. This is called dynamic hedging. It means Bob can make a stock has gone up, so transactions.
Thorpe did it mathematically. He looked at the odds of winning and losing and decided that under certain conditions, you can actually tilt the odds in your favor by using certain patterns to be able to make bets.
Suppose Bob sells Alice a call option on a stock, and let's say the stock has gone up, so now it's in the money for Alice. Well, now for every additional $1 the stock price goes up, Bob will lose $1. But he can eliminate this risk by owning 1 unit of stock. Then if the price goes up, he would lose $1 from the option, but gain that dollar back from the stock. And if the stock drops back out of the money for Alice, he sells the stock, so he doesn't risk losing any money from that either. This is called dynamic hedging. It means Bob can make a profit with minimal risk from fluctuating stock prices. A hedged portfolio pie at any one time will offset the option V with some amount of stock delta.
It basically means I can sell you something without having to take the opposite side of the trade. And the way to think about it is I've synthetically manufactured an option for you. I created it out of nothing by doing dynamic trading, dynamic hedging.
As we saw with Bob's example, delta, the amount of stock he has to hold, changes depending on current prices. Mathematically, it represents how much the current option price changes with the change in the stock price. But Thorpe wasn't satisfied with Bechelier's model for pricing options. I mean, for one thing, stock prices aren't entirely random. They can increase over time if the business is doing well or fall if it isn't. Bechelier's model ignored this, so Thorpe came up with a more accurate model for pricing options, which took this drift into account.
I actually figured out what this model was back in the middle of 1967. And I decided that I would just use it for myself. And then later, I kept it quiet for my own investors. The idea was to basically make a lot of money out of it for everybody.
His strategy was, if the option was going cheap, according to his model, buy it. If it was overvalued, short sell it. That is, bet against it. And that way, more often than not, he would end up on the winning side of the trade. This lasted until 1973. In that year, Fisher Black and Myron Scholes came up with an equation that changed the industry. Robert Merton independently published his own version, which was based on the mathematics of stochastic calculus. So he is also credited.
I thought I'd have the field to myself. But unfortunately, Fisher Black and Myron Scholes published the idea. And they did a better job of the model than I did because they had very tight mathematics behind their derivation.
Like Bechelier, they thought that option prices should offer a fair bet to both buyers and sellers. But their approach was totally new. They said, if it was possible to construct a risk-free portfolio of options and stocks just like Thorpe was doing with his delta hedging, then in an efficient market, a fair market, this portfolio should return nothing more than the risk-free rate, what the same money would earn if invested in the safest asset, U.S. Treasury bonds. The assumption was that if you're not taking on any additional risk, then it shouldn't be possible to receive any extra returns. To describe how stock prices change over time, Black, Scholes, and Merton used an improved version of Bechelier's model, just like Thorpe. This says that at any time we expect the stock price to move randomly, plus a general trend up or down, the drift. By combining these two equations, Black, Scholes, and Merton came up with the most famous equation in finance. It relates the price of any kind of contract to any asset, stocks, bonds, you name it. The same year they published this equation, the Chicago Board Options Exchange was founded. Why is that equation so important? Like for finance, how did that change the game?
Well, because when you solve that partial differential equation, you get an explicit formula, price of the option, as a function of a bunch of these input parameters. And for the very first time, you now have an explicit expression where you plug in the parameters and out pops this number so that people can actually use it to trade on.
This led to one of the fastest adoptions by industry of an academic idea in all of the social sciences.
Within just a couple of years, the Black-Scholes formula was adopted as the benchmark for Wall Street for trading options. The exchange-traded options market has exploded, and it's now a multi-trillion-dollar industry. The volume in this market has been doubling roughly every 5 years. So this is the financial equivalent of Moore's Law. There are other businesses that have grown just as quickly, like credit default swaps market, the OTC derivatives market, the securitized debt market. All of these are multi-trillion-dollar industries that, in one form or another, make use of the idea of Black-Scholes-Merton option pricing. This opened up a whole new way to hedge against anything, and not just for hedge funds. Nowadays, pretty much every large company, governments, and even individual investors use options to hedge against their own specific risks. Suppose you're running an airline, and you're worried that an increase in oil prices would eat into your profits. Well, using the Black-Scholes-Merton equation, there's a way to accurately and efficiently hedge that risk. You price an option to buy something that tracks the price of oil, and that option will pay off if oil prices go up, and that will help compensate you for the higher cost of fuel you have to pay. So Black-Scholes-Merton can help reduce risk, but it can also provide leverage.
An ongoing battle between bullish day traders and hedge fund short sellers that have bet against the stock. GameStop shares have now risen some 700%.
Well, GameStop is a really interesting example for all sorts of reasons, but options figured prominently in that example because a small cadre of users on this Reddit subchannel, Wall Street Bets, decided that the hedge fund managers that were shorting the stock and betting that the company would go out of business needed to be punished. And so they bought shares of GameStop stock to try to drive up the price. Turns out that buying the stock was not enough, because with $1 worth of cash, you can buy $1 worth of stock. But with $1 worth of cash, you can buy options that affected many more than $1 worth of stock, perhaps in some cases $10 or $20 worth of stock for $1 worth of options. And so there's natural leverage embedded in these securities. And so the combination of buying both the stock and the options caused the prices to rise very quickly. And what that did was to cause these hedge fund managers to lose a lot of money quickly.
How big is this market for derivatives? How big is this whole area that kind of comes out of Black-Scholes Merton?
There are estimates of how large derivatives markets are. And first, let's be clear what a derivative is. A derivative is a financial security whose value derives from another financial security. So an option is an example of a derivative. In general, the size of derivative markets globally is on the order of several $100 trillion.
How does that compare to the size of the underlying securities they're based on?
It's multiples of the underlying securities.
I just have to interrupt because it seems kind of crazy that you have more money riding on the things that are...
Yeah, he's a communist and he's worried. Like, they're always worried. Since he's worried, let's start executing people because he's worried.
Based on a thing than the thing itself.
That's right.
So tell me how that makes any sense.
Because what options allow you to do?
Tell me how it makes any sense. What? That what? It's a contract. A contract can. It's an IOU. An IOU can say any number in the universe. There's no limit on a promise.
Is to take the underlying thing and turn it into 5, 10, 20, 50 things. So these pieces of paper that we call options and derivatives, they basically allow us to create many, many different versions of the underlying asset, versions that individuals find more palatable because of their own risk-reward preferences.
This actually stabilizes the market. It allows people more flexibility, and more flexibility means more stability. Anyway, if you don't like it, go live in the woods.
Does this make the markets and the global economy more stable?
There you go. There you go. They need to make it stable. It has to be stable. If it's not stable, oh my God, if it's not stable, oh my God, when I was born, the universe was one way. When I die, the universe has to be exactly the same. The universe cannot change. The universe cannot change. Any change in the universe is evil. That's his way of thinking. Flexible schmexible. You don't like it? Go live in the woods. Go live. I don't care. What is this nonsense? He's going to tell me what to do with my life because he's worried. Mr. Pre-crime.
Less stable or no effect?
All three. So
No, of course it's more stable. I mean, you get a more efficient system, a more productive system, a flexible system, a flexible economic system. We know here. Let's bring. I should have this on retainer. Economic freedom causes higher quality of life. So a more flexible, a freer economic system, a more flexible economic market creates a higher average quality of life. That's all you need to know. That's it. If you don't like it, I can't help you. I see no one is joining my server. Yeah, because in Manhattan right now, it's early in the morning. Early in the morning. Debates community. There's 38 debate communities? What are these debate communities? Learn about God. What is it? What is it? Clubhouse? Learn about God. Woke is dead. Oh, he's not listening. Christian chat. Let's see. Dionysus. Flat Earth. Panhandler. Fight Club? No one is talking. Islam.
And in fact, depending on the test strip I have, I can see what like contaminants it has.
Hello.
So I can no, stop. About 15, maybe 18 years ago, I was buying drugs online off Silk Road from Holland, from all over the world. and I would test the drugs because I'm not stupid. I'm not going to just eat something that some cunt sent me in a DVD case.
Oh, there's no one here. Well, let's see this.
That aren't in scripture, does that mean they didn't happen?
Hello.
It's not recorded because we don't need to know about it. Like, it's what I mean. Whatever's written in scripture is what we need to know.
My confessional is not recorded.
Hello. Hello.
And otherwise, you're going to get a caste system type of thing, and that's what it's been. And I disagree with it. It's not moral. It's not ethical. Anyway, yeah.
For me, I just identify, and you're gonna find.
Maybe I'll rename it to economic freedom. Let's try rename or set name. Economic freedom arrow. That's too many words. Just call it economic freedom. Elo.
Hey, how you doing?
Okay, mostly rude.
What's this room called?
Well,
I'm just waking up.
I just changed the name to economic freedom from what was it before? It was Luigi is a disinformed communist.
I'm just waking up, so it's hard for me to read. I'm sorry.
Oh, are you old?
No, I'm 30, but I've had bad eyesight since I was like young.
Oh.
I'm blind in one eye. To be honest
Wow.
with you.
Why? How did you get blind?
When I was in the womb, I guess I scratched my eye.
No way.
I did. But it's okay. I only need one eye to fucking goon, you know?
Wait, so did you kill your eye? Is it like discolored?
No. It looks nearly the same,
Okay.
but I can't see out of it the same. It's weird.
Do they know what happened to it?
To be honest with you, I don't know that much information on the whole thing. I know my girlfriend has looked at me in my eyes, and I told her that I didn't have the same like eyesight, and she's like, "I can't see anything wrong with your eyes." And I'm like, it doesn't make sense for you to look at my eye. Like, if I close my left eye and look with my right, everything is blurry. Everything is fucked up with my right eye. But if I look with my left eye, like everything is fine. So when I open my eyes, like if I have both eyes open, I look primarily through my left eye. Like everything is left eye. I see everything from my left side. Like it's almost like my brain is like, hey, we can see better from the left side, so we're gonna look everything from the left. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's cool. That's good. But why do you
So I
goon?
kind of
Why do you goon if you have a girlfriend?
no, that was a joke.
Oh, okay.
It was a joke.
That's good.
that was a joke. Yeah. Yeah, I don't need to goon. She's a fucking savage.
That's good. Anyway, so what do you hold on Mr. Luigi or communism?
I understand why he did what he did.
Okay.
But I don't think we can live in a society where you just kill people because you disagree with what happens to you. That's my take on it. Like and here's the thing too. I'm also a Canadian, so that would not happen where I live. You know what I mean?
Wait, what? What you're Canadian, so what happened?
I'm a Canadian, so like that would not happen where I live.
I see. You're saying
Right? Like
Canadians
you would
are
not be.
Mhm.
No, sorry. Go on. Go on.
Because there's no Italians where you live in Canada?
No,
I see.
there would be no like. He wouldn't be. Sorry, I'm making a new WoW character right now. He wouldn't.
He wouldn't have
There would be
survived.
no like.
He wouldn't have
He
survived.
wouldn't have to kill anybody.
No, he
He
wouldn't
wouldn't
have-
have to kill anybody because he wouldn't have been like fucking denied for anything. He would have just gotten his fucking health insurance. He would have went to the hospital and been fixed up. That's what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
Because here in Canada, dude, do you know how many times I've went to the fucking hospital for something?
But you know that your quality of life is stuck in like 1980 or something.
I don't care.
Hmm.
I also make a ridiculously good living here in Canada, though. Like compared to other people, like I might be a little biased because yes, I do. I make a ridiculously good living compared to other people here in Canada.
Wait,
so
what's
maybe I'm a little biased,
What's
but
your profession?
I work at a steel mill, but like I sit in a room and basically control a robot that tests the steel, and then I use a spectrometer in order to test the like basically what the steel is made out of.
With a spectrometer? What? But
Yeah, I
spectrometer,
use like basically an X-ray machine to see what steel is like made out of.
but a spectrometer is for gas, no?
No,
So, but you shine light on the steel to see what light comes out? Well, how do you get light out of the steel? You warm it up, you heat it up. Are you there?
I am here. Yes,
So how do you test steel with a
I
spectrometer?
basically hit steel. I hit steel with X-rays in order to see what is inside of the steel, and see how much carbon is in it, how much fucking
Wait, are you black?
no.
Okay.
But I did grow up in a primarily black neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
No, your
I
profile.
was funny enough. I was the like I was the minority in my neighborhood. You know what I mean?
Why is your
Like,
name
for
mostly?
me?
Wait, okay. Why is your name mostly rude?
I can't use my old name because it's tainted on Discord.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean by tainted?
What do you think I mean by tainted?
It can be tainted in many ways, but in what way? Let me just reiterate the question. In what way?
I ended up having another guy's girl fall for me, and he got really mad at me for the whole thing. So now I can't show my face on Discord, and every time I do, I get harassed.
Do you live like in Toronto,
No, I don't.
Montreal?
I live like fucking 30-40 minutes east of Toronto.
Nice. Nice. So you use X-rays. So there's a lot
I
of lead.
use X-rays to see like what, like okay, we have to put more carbon, more what vanadium, fucking anything, whatever we have to put in the steel.
Mm-hmm.
I can see what we need to put in the steel.
That's awesome.
But
so you wait.
Most of the time, I run a sample.
Mm-hmm.
It's very quick, and then I sit down and then I watch like
YouTube.
Netflix or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So
So
it's a very easy job.
I see. Okay, getting back to Luigi.
Yeah.
So So you're saying you understand him?
I understand why he did what he did. I don't think what he did was okay. I don't think you can just shoot a fucking CEO. Like, you're obviously, that's not okay.
Yeah, but it's like in a matter of way, I'm seeing basically a killer essentially kill a mass killer. So it's kind of conflicted. You understand the confliction, right, within the story, right?
No, say again.
Basically, a killer basically killed a mass killer. You understand where I'm coming from?
Yeah.
Even
I see what you're
even though his
saying.
hands,
Yeah.
even though his hands don't have blood on it, but he was responsible with care or healthcare that he could have provided, but essentially to save money he denied it. You understand? So like that type of framework he was involved in.
But can't you say the same thing about
Yes.
anyone? I could say
Okay,
that.
but yeah, but
I could say.
yeah, and here's the thing.
Wait, hold on.
You're right. Sorry, Mr. Slave, you're 100% right. Yes. You could say the same thing about anyone, and that's the point. We cannot go around killing people that we think are guilty of something like that. That's just not how our society works. Because as soon as we start to believe that, somebody's going to come around and kill you because they think you're guilty of something.
You are guilty.
We can't do that. We
What do you
can't
mean?
do that.
You're just as guilty. Wait, you could do something to save lives.
Yeah, exactly. I could do something to
you
save
can
lives,
you
so I
you
could
have
have
two
somebody just come and kill me right now
you have two
because
kidneys.
they think.
You have two kidneys. You can give one kidney. You have two lungs. You can give one lung. Yeah, I mean, there's so much we can harvest your body. You don't need two legs. You can walk on one leg. You can, you don't need your body. You don't need most of it.
Yeah,
So you're guilty.
exactly.
You're
That's
just
kind of
as
the point.
guilty. And any money you have, you could use it to save lives, and you're not using it to save lives. So you're a mass
So
murderer.
you're guilty.
You're just as
Yeah.
guilty. We're all as guilty. So we should just walk around murdering each other. That makes a lot of sense.
And hold on, that's kind of the thing though. Like just as you said, like we could all make the claim at some point, or somebody could make the claim against us that because we don't do a certain thing or because we do a certain thing, that we're just as guilty as everyone else. So now it's okay to kill us. Now it's okay to kill somebody else.
Okay, let
It's not okay to do that thing.
Okay,
We can't have vigilante justice. We can't have that.
Okay,
That's not how our society works
right.
at all.
All right.
That's exactly how our society works.
No, it isn't. Our society does not work on
Wait,
vigilante
hold
justice.
on.
It never has.
Oh yeah, hold on. Wait,
Listen, sir, have you eaten? Can I ask you? Have you eaten a box of chicken wings before?
how is this related to our discussion?
Oh no! I just let me just work my thing. Have you eaten a box of chicken before? Chicken wings.
We all have.
No, I personally do not like chicken, so no.
Okay, have you had steak before?
I have, yes.
Okay, and I'm assuming you didn't kill the cow before you took the meats apart, so on and so on. You haven't, you're not part of that
Okay,
process,
let's
right?
not waste time. What do you want to say?
I'm saying that we are killers.
Yeah.
We essentially eat meat. We eat proteins,
Yeah.
but we don't essentially kill the creature.
Fine.
So in some way, we're mass murderers every time we eat.
Exactly.
Or at least mass murderers in a sense of killing creatures, right?
Exactly.
There's a big difference between
No. Oh,
killing an animal and killing a human.
Oh, fine, but
100%. That's a fucking.
Wait, King
No,
of
we're
If
killers.
you don't
We're
if you don't
killers,
think there's a
that's the
difference between killing a human and killing an animal, you're retarded.
1 second, King of Egypt. So you're saying we should go around executing everyone who eats meat? Is that what you're saying? Yes or no?
No, I'm saying that concept still stands. And to be fair,
Wait a
if
minute.
I'm looking at
I'm
to
confused.
be fair, let me just finish what I have to say. To be fair, when I'm looking at our history, we've been consistently doing this vigilante thing throughout time, right? If we're looking at barons that got killed, if we're looking at revolutionary speakers that essentially got hired by the CIA,
And it didn't work. That's why they're
It is
not
real.
around.
What's your point, Mr. King of Egypt?
My,
What's your point?
my point is, we're a species of killers, but we tended, in the modern day, to forget about that. These things
No,
do happen.
we are killers in the modern.
Once again,
Yeah, we are killers.
King of Egypt, when you
But
say
that's why these.
we're just killers,
That's why
are you
these girls are
fine?
here.
Are you fine with being killed? Are you fine with that?
Perfectly fine. If I'm weak, I die.
And if you,
All right,
That's
you
the
know what? I
that's the
respect
natural
that.
order of
Are you
things.
fine? Are
I
you
respect
fine?
that. Listen.
No. Are
No,
you
he
fine?
said if I'm weak,
No.
I'm killed.
No.
I will fight
No,
you to the death
no.
over this belief.
Stop.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's disprove that he believes that. Would you be fine if I killed someone you loved?
Yeah, I'm fine with that, but I'll hunt you down and kill you.
Okay, is
See,
this
yeah.
hold on. Is this a world you want to live in? This is the world you want to live in? A
That's
world
the world we do live in.
we
That's
do
the
live
No,
world
it's
we
not.
do live
No,
in.
it's not.
We live in
No,
a
it's not.
world where anyone nilly-willy we kill each other with no repercussions? That's the world we live in?
That's the reality of the world.
No, it's
Yes,
not. No,
these
it's
things
not.
happen every day.
No, it's not.
When was the last
That's
time
way less
when was
common
the
than you
last
think it
time
is.
when was the last time someone you know was murdered?
Yeah.
I'm waiting for
Last
the
year.
answer. When?
Last year.
Okay. But
And
it's
what
not
were they murdered by?
it
Who
doesn't
killed
matter, but
them?
it's
For
the
what reason?
exception.
No, it does to me. I want to know.
No, I don't want to waste time. I don't want to waste time. So
I
wait,
okay. Okay, but it's not just you here.
no,
Hold
but
on. I
I
want to
want
know.
to I want to have a discussion about economics. I mean, about Luigi.
All right, I do want to have a discussion about Luigi. But,
Yeah. So the question to King of Egypt. So you want to live in a world where do you want to live in a world where everyone can be killed nilly-willy, where you can be killed, where the people you love, your children, can be killed nilly-willy?
I'm saying that we
No,
already
answer
do
the
live in this
question.
world.
No, we
In that
don't.
type
No,
of
we
manner. And I
don't.
will answer your question
Do you
if you just
want
don't interrupt me.
No, just answer.
Let me
Yeah.
finish what I have to say.
Well, just
Let him
Please.
finish.
yes.
Let him finish.
You don't
Hold
want
on.
me. You don't
Hold on.
want me
Let
to
him
answer
finish.
the question because you don't want me to finish. That's what I'm talking about.
No,
Conversational
Let
ethics.
him finish.
First,
Let him finish. Let him
mostly
finish.
rude. Mostly rude. Hold on, King of Egypt. It was a yes or no. I mean, just tell me yes or no. Would you like if I gave you two worlds to choose from? One in which there's no nilly-willy killing, and one in which there is nilly-willy killing. Which world would you prefer to live in?
He's saying we already live in that world.
Mostly
But
rude. Stop. I asked him a question. King, please answer the question. What's your
Yes,
preference?
yes, because if I go outside with my nephew right
What's your
now, which
preference?
he's around.
What's your preference?
Oh,
Which world is
okay,
your
you want a yes
preference?
or no? I'll say the world that essentially we can get killed willy-nilly if we step outside, and that's the
That's the
reality
world
of
you'd
this world.
rather. I don't care. That's the world you'd rather live.
bro, I would have killed you already. What are you talking about?
Mostly
I
rude.
would have ripped your fucking head off by now if that was the world you wanted to live in. You'd be done.
Who?
I don't know how big you think you are, but
Who?
I would have killed you already.
Who are you talking to?
Whatever that fucking guy's name is,
King of
Egypt or whatever.
King of Egypt.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm 6'2", fucking 260 pounds. I would have fucking stepped on your chest, grabbed your head, and twisted it as hard as I fucking
All right.
could, and ripped you apart.
Okay, mostly rude. Why being so?
No, but what I mean is, like, why would he want to live in a world like that?
Okay,
That
but you have
doesn't
to
make
have
sense.
a cordial discussion where you're going to convince people with
Yeah,
violence.
I think no, if he wants to live in a world of complete violence, then all right, let's explain to him what a world of complete violence looks like.
So you
Because
can
most people that
explain.
advocate, hold on, let me explain. Most people that advocate for a world of violence feel like violence will never come for them because they're righteous.
Okay,
So I do
fine.
not agree with Egypt,
I
right?
understand. I understand.
So right now, if I do not agree with Egypt, then I just step on Egypt's chest and fucking twist his fucking neck and rip his fucking head off.
I understand. Okay, hold on. Mostly rude. I understand you're upset. Okay, going through.
No, I'm not. Listen, I'm not even upset. To me, I
Alright.
find it funny.
Okay.
But like,
let's try to convince King of Egypt that
we won't. He has no faculty of reason.
No, I do have reason because
No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't.
mostly rude. Come on.
He was living in the world that you're describing, the world of peace, the world of governance by law, and he essentially got shot in the streets. He didn't think that was going to happen.
Wait.
He thought he was going to go to his hotel.
Just
probably,
because you have people,
hire-
just because you have
Listen.
laws doesn't mean you don't have people that break the
I'm
law.
saying anytime you step outside, you can be randomly killed. That's what I'm saying. That's the reality of this world.
Okay, I don't
Regardless if
disagree.
we change our environments, if you essentially do not have a sense of control over your environment, if you don't have a hunter mindset, you can get killed anywhere. That's in the jungle or that's in the concrete jungle. I'm saying that's a
King of
fundamental
Egypt.
law of the
King of
universe.
Egypt. King of Egypt. That's not the discussion. You're like switching the topic. I don't disagree that in this universe anything can happen. That's not even interesting. So our discussion is what's our preference, not what is reality. So the question is,
My preference is to live in a world of hunters, so I can fundamentally become the creature that I can be, basically an apex predator.
Yeah, but another apex predator is going to kill you.
And that's the laws. That's the laws of the jungle, of the concrete jungle.
Yeah, but
King of
like that's not how we fucking take over the planet like we have.
mostly rude. Hold on.
We've
King
been
of
doing that,
Egypt.
yeah.
King of Egypt. Why don't you move into the jungle then?
No, I do live in a jungle, a concrete jungle.
No, why don't
A
you live in?
concrete jungle?
Why don't you
yeah.
live in the actual jungle?
Yeah, I've lived there before. My grandfather owns a farm in my home country.
No. Why don't? But right?
Yeah.
You would.
Why don't you yourself live in a fucking jungle? Go to the fucking Amazon.
Mostly.
Well,
rude.
I'm too broke right now. In the future, I will.
No, you don't need money in the Amazon. You just go live off the fucking tree
No, I need
sap.
to get there. I need to get there first.
Fucking walk there. You're such a fucking alpha.
Mostly rude. Okay, hold on. Look, King of
You're
Egypt.
such a fucking alpha. Walk over to the fucking Amazon. And
Okay.
live there, bro. You're retarded.
No,
think
he's not
that-
retarded.
No, he is retarded to think that everyone needs to live by this. Like
He didn't
whoever
say.
is
He just
stronger.
said no. He said
No. Listen, I will tell you this. Please stop for a second.
But
everyone,
mostly rude.
if he thinks, hold on, if he thinks that if he thinks that everyone that is stronger than him deserves to kill him, then I would love to meet him face to face.
Oh my god!
Because I 100% would rip your head off your shoulders.
Oh my god! Wow, that is a very interesting conversation.
Listen, I understand you grew up in a black community as a Caucasian. But understand that I'm an African, all right? So I grew up around different formats.
Mostly
I swear to God, I would rip your head right off your shoulders.
Rip my head? That's not even possible. How much can you lift? Like that's not even like you don't
way
even
more
understand.
than you. I promise you, way more than you.
Okay,
So you're telling me?
Guys, can we lower?
No. This guy's not being logical.
Can we please lower the amount of testosterone in this room, please? Just by a
Oh,
little
he's saying
bit.
he can rip my head off. But I'm saying that
He
you're gonna
didn't
need like a
mean
fucking
it. He's
machete or something.
upset. He's upset at what you're saying. So he wants. He's displaying his upsetness, his displeasure. So.
Well,
if me and you were in the same room, I would 100% attack you.
You probably would not.
No, I would 100%.
You're Canadian.
Wouldn't.
You're a Canadian.
Even if right now we were all three of us stranded on an island, we would probably, after this conversation, not hurt each other.
The first thing I would do if we were all stranded on an island would be to kill this fucking guy, and then I would dry his. Listen to me.
No,
I
you
would
wouldn't.
dry his fucking meat
No,
on a
you
fucking
wouldn't.
rack,
No, you
and
wouldn't.
I would eat him
No,
over
you
the course of a week.
So what kind of scientist are you? You can't eat human meat, man. That's poisonous to us. Man.
No, you can't eat the nervous system.
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
eat your brain or your spine or anything like that.
Are
because
you
then I would get
guys?
fucking.
You're not finding this conversation to be excruciatingly boring? Okay, let's let's talk about economic systems and not nonsense. Stop talking about
All right.
nonsense.
Well, listen, I'm going to go.
Okay, go make
for,
money.
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay,
and then I'll be back.
that's good.
Right, so you have fun. You talk about
No,
whatever
man.
the fuck you want to talk about.
Smoke your crack, man. Smoke your crack and be back.
Stop, King.
Yeah, I'm gonna go smoke crack. It's not crack. It's called meth. Okay.
All right. King of Egypt and mostly rude. Be nice. All right. So King of Egypt. So your preference is to live in a violent society?
Not a violent society, but a society to be honest, man, in this type of society with laws and so on, governance, which is the reason why in any state in America, I love Texas, because it's a format of, they have a laws called stand your ground, where if an individual wants to engage in, mortal combat with you, you can essentially engage in with them. Without, whoever loses, whatever injuries that happen, he already agreed to mortal combat. I think that type of law would be, great for our society, because individuals, exist where they lack the power physically to essentially defend themselves. I'm saying that they exude power without essentially actually having the. Okay.
Hold on. The question is, so Luigi killed the CEO. The question is, do you think that that's going to improve the world?
Well, with that situation, a mass murderer got killed by a killer. What can I say?
What do you mean mass murder? Mass murder? What do you mean?
His laws, his understanding of formation of accounting, him essentially making policies for the healthcare company, so on and so on, has killed many people.
Name one.
One might say hundreds of thousands.
Can you name one?
I can't name one.
Then how do you know?
I know it's been quite a few. It's been many people coming out. It's been many articles coming out with individuals complaining about this healthcare CEO.
But why can't you come up with one name if there's so many? Why can't you come up with one name?
So you're asking me to find, names of the victims of healthcare companies that deny important operations that can save their lives.
Yes.
This is common sense. American healthcare companies have killed close to millions of Americans through denying vital healthcare. And you're asking me to provide you with this one name.
King of Egypt. You're making
Oh God. Now I'm being bored. Now I'm bored of this conversation, actually. All due respects. That's a very boring question you put towards me. That's actually a ridiculous question you put towards me.
Okay.
Do you honestly have no idea how American healthcare companies work?
Well, we're talking about health insurance. Health
insurance, yeah. So it's a company that essentially puts out health policies, but it's not real. They essentially do it to essentially gain interest and wealth for themselves, because they know eventually if you reach a certain level where they actually have to pay out, they're going to find clauses and holes within the contract not to essentially provide it to you. You understand?
Would you behave any differently if you were in their place?
I will never take that career path. My own personal morals, I wouldn't.
You wouldn't take that career path?
No, I wouldn't be a healthcare. I wouldn't be involved in a healthcare insurance business. I wouldn't be involved in it at all.
Okay. So would you say that the world would be better without health if we like outlawed health insurance?
Yeah, at this point, they're not helping people. They're
I mean,
predators.
just answer, please.
Okay.
Just a question. So would you say we would live in a better world if we outlawed health insurance industry?
How do you want me to respond to that question? Is it a yes or no, or
I mean,
like I'm being really?
yeah, I mean, yeah. Would you say it would be a better world? Yeah, yes or no? I mean, if you can.
No, no.
No. Wait a minute. So now I don't understand. So so hold on. So would you say it's a better world, right? In
I
which
think
we have a health insurance industry?
I think having
Meaning,
yeah, I'm gonna answer.
no.
Okay.
I'm just gonna explain what you just answered. So according to you, the health insurance industry saves lives. That's what you just said. So why would you not choose it as a career path?
I said the health insurance company doesn't save lives.
Yes, you said
If we're
it
talking about
saves.
the current healthcare
No. So
institution,
let's go through.
healthcare insurance.
No.
Are you drunk, Mr. Slave? Are you drunk right now?
Let's go through the steps. Let's demonstrate.
No, answer my question. I want you to answer this question. Are you drunk right now?
I don't answer personal questions.
I don't. I'll be back. I'll be back.
Okay. Mr.
That
Dude,
guy
do you
is
want
retarded.
It's okay. It's
He is retarded.
Yeah, but that is, an interesting conversation is with people you disagree with. Like if you agree with someone,
Sure, it can be, but he's retarded. Like
but
he thinks like
most of the planet is retarded.
no, 100%. But yeah, he thinks that like we should be able to kill people that we disagree with.
Not even disagree. I mean, nilly willy.
Yeah, just like okay, I disagree with you. Like I will rip your fucking head off your shoulders, and then your point of view is gone.
Okay. You threatened my life right there, and I'll go up to you and say, "Do you want to engage in Mortal Kombat?"
Yeah,
And
I
if
do.
you say yes,
I
if you
do.
say yes,
King of Egypt.
if you say yes,
Egypt, I will kill you.
Okay. Enough,
There's
guys.
no way you win.
Let me just reiterate. Can you stop saying that, man?
King of
No. 2
Egypt.
minutes.
No.
It's important.
No,
It's important to the discussion
stop.
because
No,
he
it's
needs to
not.
understand this logic.
It's so boring.
You can't pull someone's head off. This is not a fucking cartoon. This is real life. You're gonna need a blade or sharp object to help you essentially cut through not only the muscles but essentially the skull top. You're not Superman. You can't rip people's heads off.
That's
Stop
a
saying that. You sound like a
very
dumbass.
okay. Shh. It's a
I'm
boring.
just tired of hearing that.
I'm sorry. Let's
That's
continue.
cute.
King of
He
Egypt.
thinks I'll fight fair.
King of Egypt. I'm
Oh, that's
curious
cute.
about your position. So you said you don't want to continue talking, right? Or do you want to continue talking? What's your preference?
I don't care for this subject anymore, honestly. If you want to talk to me another time about this, I won't mind. But right now, I just
Yeah, right now while I'm here, he doesn't want to talk about it.
No, it's nothing to do with you. He didn't want to talk to me when you were gone. Okay, geopolitic talk. What's your story? Are you on Luigi's side or against Luigi?
Against.
I have no idea what you guys talking about.
Well, we were talking about did Luigi, it's Amia Luigi, did he improve the world by executing one CEO? Or do we need to execute more CEOs to improve the world? What's your position?
Depends on the health, the killing of the current CEO.
Wait, what? Well, you were cutting in and out, so please repeat.
I'm saying the guy who killed the CEO, by doing that, did it help right now in any way
I'm asking.
to the
That's the
people?
question. What's your position? Does it help to kill CEOs or does it not help to kill CEOs? What's your position?
I mean, we can say just like that. We need to come to the conclusion.
I'm
Did
asking
it
you.
help right
I'm
now?
asking you. What's your position? I'm asking you for your opinion.
I'm
Let's.
telling you, I don't know if it helped or not. If it did help, then yes, we should do it. If it didn't, then no.
It didn't help. No.
Okay, cool. If it didn't, then we shouldn't do it.
How can we check if it helped or didn't help?
I have no idea.
Well, we
If,
already
if we
know
dis-
that.
if we
Like somebody is
discovered
going to take
one
his
second.
place immediately.
No. Hold on. So geopolitic talk. If we discovered that the world improves if we murder people, should we start murdering people?
No, see, the thing is, world only exists, the society, when there is people, nobody would want to wipe out the whole people to establish a good country. That's literally impossible. Without people, then why would you murder? I don't.
So
Yes, if there is some people, a minority, where if you kill them, then you will have a wonderful life for your people for a very, very long time, then yes, it's fine.
No, it's not fine. It's not fine to kill people.
what about you? If we kill, let's say
Sometimes
if we
that's
killed you, the world would be better. Would you would your preference be for us to kill you?
if I have like if I kill someone, the world would be better
No.
for
If we kill,
majority.
no. Let's say if we killed you, then the world would
Hmm.
be a better place. Would you say
You should
then?
do that then.
But
Yeah, if
Yeah,
I
you,
disagree with what you're
that's
saying,
your.
you
can I kill
no
you?
geopolitic talk. Would you vote to kill you if by killing you we are improving the world for the rest of us? Would you then
Of course
vote?
not. Of course not. I wouldn't. But as a you, as a majority, right? You can do that. That's the right thing for you actually. And as me personally, right now myself, I would respect that. I would understand that. But I would not want you to kill me. I would do anything possible to kill you and to survive me surviving.
Okay, can you see where this whole thing spirals into everyone killing each other?
No, I mean
No, not exactly. Look at the
No,
United States. They kill a
hold
lot of people.
on, hold on. I want to hear what he has to say.
no, I'm
You
not
say
following.
no, not exactly,
I'm not
but like,
mostly rude. I'm not following your logic. I mean, I'm not clear what geopolitic talks position is. So I don't know if you can narrow him
yeah,
down right now into a spot.
no. First of all, if you agree on killing anybody for any reason, then
Okay,
for any
let me give you an
reason, I'll
example.
kill anybody.
Okay, let me give an example. The United States right now, they kill a lot of people in Iraq, right? So it's been many, 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 many years. Right now, they have a nuclear bombs, approximately 5,000. So I don't see a lot of people in the United States getting killed. And do you think it's going to happen in the future? I don't think so. So it's not always spiral.
Okay. So
The hate will be there, but it's gonna take very like I don't know 500, 600,000 years to take the revenge if possible.
okay, geopolitic talk. So let's start over because I'm a little confused at this point. So do you think that by killing the CEO that Luigi has improved our lives in any way?
And I'm certain of only one particular knowledge that if it did actually helped or not, then only I'm able to answer the question which you just asked me. because I don't know if it
Let's
did
say
actually help.
let's assume that the world, I mean, but you're saying that if the world has improved, then it's justified?
Like in a country, right?
Wait,
Or
yes or
maybe this world, let's just
wait,
say.
wait, just a yes or no.
Yeah, it's justified.
Okay, but when it was you, then you
I mean,
no.
okay. So when you say justify, like, if you in a way you ask like good or bad, I mean that's different. But if you say like should we kill them, that if you have
Yeah,
going to have a better
let's say you can vote.
world, then yes.
Yes, what?
Kill the CEO if you're going to have a better world and better country.
What if you're the CEO?
Well, I wouldn't want my
So what,
life,
how do
but
you vote? Okay, how do you vote? What, I need a vote.
majority.
Well, how do you vote? What's your vote? Are you pro
I'm a
or
minority.
against? No.
And what's your vote before you kill them?
What's your vote, to kill or not to kill the CEO? If
As I
assuming
said, you should if it's going to help the
yes, let's
world,
assume
you
it's gonna
should.
assume it's gonna help. But what if you're the CEO?
Well, I'm a minority. It doesn't matter
No,
whatever I
how
say.
do you vote? How
No,
do you
no.
vote? Do you vote?
Listen,
Do you vote to
hold
kill
on a
the
second.
CEO? If
Hold on
you
a second.
if you're
Hold
the
on a
CEO,
second.
do you vote to kill the
Wait, wait.
CEO? No, I'm trying to
Most,
nail this guy down. He's I don't know if he's
I
playing.
understand that, but
So
here's an even
let him
bigger
answer.
point.
No, I'm almost
These
there.
these people these people these people that are on the left, the people that are
We don't
leftist,
know if he's
always say like we need to protect minorities. We need to do whatever. If you're a
Listen,
minority, we're here to
if
help.
Okay, we
And
don't
then
know.
as soon as a minority is in the fucking like, oh, we control most of what's happening, it's like we'll eat them alive. We'll kill them. I don't care. Their life doesn't matter.
Okay, but right now
see,
we need to talk about it. Wait, so
see, the
I
thing
need
is,
an
if I'm a
answer.
CEO,
Okay, yeah. If
mm,
you're the CEO, how do you
if
vote? To kill the
if
CEO or no?
if I
Assuming
see
killing
if
the
I'm a
CEO.
CEO,
Mhm.
see if I'm a CEO, and with intention, I'm doing something that's gonna hurt people,
No, no,
right?
no, don't, no, 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 no.
No,
You didn't.
no, take
We
that
didn't bring
part.
it up before. The question is, how do you vote if it improves the world for the rest of us by killing you, the
Okay.
CEO? How do you vote? To kill the CEO? Yes or no?
See, it's I understand you. People always want to kill any particular person because it's going to help them because that
How do you
particular
vote?
person
How do you
is
vote? So you vote
yeah,
no.
and that's what
How
I'm
do you,
explaining, right?
don't
There's
explain,
always a
just answer.
context
Don't
needed.
explain, just answer. I'll understand without an
I'm
explanation.
answering.
You're not. I
It's
need.
not a yes or no question.
It is. I said, how do you vote? Yes or no? You have to vote yes or no. You can't. There's no third option.
Okay, you asked me how do you vote?
Yeah.
Okay, I told you yes.
Would you say yes or no?
Yes, you
Yes.
vote yes to execute the CEO, even though you're the CEO. You still vote
Now you're
yes.
bringing context.
What? No, this is the question. You're the
No,
CEO.
you asked me how do you vote.
Yeah. How do you vote? You are the
Well,
CEO.
I told you yes.
Yes to execute the CEO.
No, I answered to the question, how do you vote? I said yes.
See,
Yes.
Mister. When you asked me earlier on, and you were like, if we lived in a world of total violence, all of these people, like him and the other guy before him, I would have just killed them all.
Okay,
They would have
that's
been
not
done.
interesting. That's not interesting. That's not. That's what they believe. I mean, not this guy, but in general, Luigi believes, the communists believe that with mass execution you improve the world. So you're falling into their trap. They think,
No.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, you are.
Yeah, but without society rules,
No,
you're right.
so
Like you're right. I would
yeah,
have killed them all.
and you're
They're
gonna
dumb.
and
I
no,
think their point of view is retarded,
but you're
and I would have ripped
but
their head off of their
yeah, and
shoulders.
that's how you
Yeah.
get these repressive regimes that destroy themselves in extreme poverty. Because
And then you get a bunch of soy boys sitting here and they go, "Oh my God, everyone should be able to kill a CEO. If you get the title of CEO, it should be a PvP for you." Nah.
okay, but you gotta
Like,
deal
you're
with them.
retarded.
I
No.
you have to deal.
Listen, I think we should use their own logic against them.
But that's
If
fine. But you keep telling them you want to murder them. That's not logic.
I really do want to murder them though.
But that's not. You're not helping the discussion. You're.
No, but here's the thing. That's the logic that they use against us.
Yes,
They're
but
like,
you're
"Hey,
trying to dissuade. You're
I'm able to get." No,
No,
listen.
no, you're trying to dissuade them of their logic. Instead, you're falling into their logic.
No.
They
Slav,
convince you.
listen. Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. You know that guy from the meme?
No, but you're.
Let me tell you something.
That's exactly Luigi. So what happened after Luigi is you become Luigi. You've become infected with the Luigi virus. Now everybody's gonna murder everyone. Because
No, let me tell you something. If you come across like a border cross right now, like like you're trying to drive your car, right? And there's a bunch of people standing there like, "We stop oil. We stop oil."
you're gonna murder them. Oh my god.
What do you do when you're sitting in your car and you need to
You
go?
pull out your iPhone and you make a video asking them, but you prepare ahead of time.
No.
You need to be prepared to debate them because if you're gonna just
I
threaten their,
drive right
Yeah,
through them.
no, you don't.
Fuck them. Yeah, I do.
I mean,
Yeah, I do.
you could move them. I
No,
understand.
I will. If you are standing in the middle of the road and I see that happening, I will drive through you.
No, that's fine.
Letting you know,
If
not
you
right
need
now.
to go, that's fine because otherwise it's called they're keeping you hostage. But I would use this opportunity to make a live YouTube video about them. I would start debating them live.
They don't even answer questions.
That's fine. That's the best. That's the best way of making fun of someone. If they don't answer questions, that's it. I mean, they're trying to make a political statement and they're refusing to talk because then they just contradicted themselves.
Yeah, because they're retarded.
It's not retarded. I mean, they're using, they're literally keeping you hostage. They think that through keeping you hostage, they're going to change policy. So that's how they're going about it. I mean, you can tell them this, but I would use the opportunity to, to expose them, not to. I mean, if you need to go,
I'm not saying I would like full on like 60 kilometers or 70 kilometers
right?
an hour
Yeah,
run through
you can
them.
drive through.
But I would definitely like let my foot off the brake.
Yes.
And just like let myself roll through that fucking sign or whatever they're doing.
I mean, you could drive
Like
slowly
if you're in the way, you're kind of in the way. You know what I mean? Like
because
you have way more than enough time to get the fuck out of the way if you need to.
Yeah, I don't like being kept hostage. So that I agree, but you don't need to hurt them. You can drive through with trying to avoid hurting them, but that should not be your priority. Your priority should be
That's what I'm saying though. Like if I let my foot off the fucking brake,
yes,
and my car is in drive,
Yes.
and then you decide to lay down in the road,
that's your problem.
I will run over you. That's your own problem. You decided to do
And
that.
by the way,
That's
it
you.
shouldn't be. No one should get hurt from being driven over. People get driven over and they survive all the time. It's not a big issue, but it's their choice.
No, I'm not saying that they're gonna die.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Even if they die, it's their problem. They caused it. They brought about.
Yeah, they did cause that. Yes.
Yeah, but I personally would park my car and go over and start debating them live on YouTube. It would make terrific content.
Too much time.
I mean, but it's good content. It's good content to
Sure.
debate.
Sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, talking to you is boring. You agree with me on too much. Aren't you going to work? Oh,
No,
it's
it's
Friday?
Christmas.
Oh, it's Christmas. Okay. Wait, you work weekends too?
Yes. Every other weekend I work.
Wow, that's awesome.
I work a
Do you live
I
in a
work a
do you live
very different
do you live like in
kind
a
of
high
shit.
what? Do you live in a high rise or like in a normal house?
I live in a normal house.
Do you have any high risers in Canada?
Yes, but not where I live. No.
Right. In Toronto, yes, but outside no.
In Toronto, yes. I do not live in Toronto.
Do you speak French?
I do not speak. I speak a little bit of French.
It's so funny that you have
Like the little bit of French that I know is like je ne parle en français.
That's it? Je ne parle pas du
Je
français.
ne parle en français,
No, je
which
ne
means I do not speak French.
It's not exactly. It's je ne parle pas du français. Je ne parle pas du français.
Yeah. Well, it's enough to get the point across that I do not speak your fucking language. Fuck you.
Wait, but if you go to Montreal,
You know?
then it's mostly French?
No. If I go to Montreal, you better speak English. This country is English. Okay? French is gay.
Mm. But the French chicks are hot. Anyway,
although my wife would not accept that. She'd be like, "We need to be okay with like the French people and
wait,
do
you
this
said
and that or whatever."
Are you how tall are you?
Tall enough.
Okay. You said you're 260 pounds, but you don't use pounds. You use kilos, right?
No, we use pounds.
And what do you use for
I'm
for height?
260 pounds and fucking
So
6'2".
But fat or muscle? Or it doesn't matter. Are you in good enough shape that you can fight?
I'm gonna let you know right now. At my work, I have to fucking shovel rocks
All right.
all the time, so I'm in good shape. Like
good.
I'll fucking rip you apart. it's no. I remember my girlfriend asking me. She's like, I remember what was it? Her grip strength about something. And then like she went to grip something and couldn't fucking like grip the thing. And then like when I gripped it and fucking twisted it, it was no question that this was gonna happen. But before I used to work in fucking like where I'm working now, I used to work at a fucking like steel. So basically they used to like steel fucking sheets used to get folded with a brake press.
Mm-hmm.
And the brake press would fold it into like the dimensions it needed. And if it wasn't where it needed to be, I would have to grab the fucking steel and pull it and like twist it where it, to get it right to the right dimensions.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, so that's good. So you're in good shape.
No, but like for years of doing that, I guess my fingers have gotten like fucking ridiculous fucking strength.
Wait,
in them.
Do you have abs or do you have a belly?
I have abs.
No, I don't believe it.
I don't have a camera, or I would show you.
I
But
believe you. I mean, you don't have to prove it. That's amazing. 260 with abs. That's lethal. That's lethal weapon. That is lethal.
But anyways, like I remember my girlfriend. She was like, I remember my girlfriend and we were driving one day when we first met, and she was like, she grabbed my hand and she squeezed it as hard as she could. And I kind of laughed. And she was like, squeeze me as hard as you can. And I was like, I'm going to tell you right now, like, if I took my hands and squeezed your hands as hard as I could, I would break all the bones in your hands.
Very likely.
Like, I'm not going to do that.
How tall is your girlfriend?
She's 5'7".
Awesome. Anyway, listen, I'm gonna leave because our conversation, we have nothing to fight about, so it's too boring.
No, we definitely have things to fight about.
No, we don't. We agree on everything.
What do you think about abortion?
I'm pro-choice.
Up to how many months?
It doesn't matter. It's whatever.
No, it does. It does. It does.
Not really. It's whatever.
Yeah, it does.
Basically, there's no difference. There's actually no disagreement between pro-life and pro-choice. It's just at what month. It's like there is no the difference is at what month. It's so ridiculous. That's what they're arguing about. Pro-life and pro-choice is at what month. That's basically the discussion. Oh my god.
Do you have any kids?
I don't disclose that information.
So no. All right. So there is a difference. Just to let you know.
Of course
there is a difference.
In the month? What month?
Yeah.
There's a difference in what
100%.
day. Every day is different. Every minute.
Sure, but we both know there's a difference.
I'm not denying that there's a difference. I'm just saying it's whatever. Whatever the difference is, it's whatever. I'm not denying that there is a difference. I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. So there's like murder is a social construct. So it's whatever we do. Murder is whatever we say it is. It's the same for a chair. I mean, right? The chair is a social construct, right? A chair is not something that exists in the universe. Murder doesn't exist in the universe. Do you believe in objective?
I mean, if you say so.
What?
I mean, if you say so. Sure.
What do you mean if I say so? You think a chair exists? If chairs would have existed if humans didn't come up with the social construct of a chair? Would you think there is a chair regardless of humans? Regardless of...
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Yeah, I mean, everything is a social construct. Every word we use...
But you're saying, like, I'm an atheist, so now I'm superior.
I'm
Like,
not superior.
I'm above morals.
I'm not above morals. There are no morals. Morality is a social construct, like everything else. I'm not above or below or sideways or across from. I mean, morality is a social construct. Morality is whatever society says it is. There's no morality in this universe unless humans socially create morality, like chairs. Unlike, you would say, maybe unlike a cucumber, maybe a cucumber exists regardless. You could say. Like, can you measure morality scientifically? I guess you could. What, you believe in morality?
I mean, I believe people that talk about it, but
you believe them?
Whatever.
They're lying. They're pretending. They say they believe. Oh, you left. Anyway, let's go listen to the rest of this.
Turns out that during normal times, these markets are a very significant source of liquidity.
Is this real or is it fake? I don't know if it's real or fake. I think it's real. It's a very nice office. Very clean. It's really clean. It's a clean office.
and therefore stability. During abnormal times, by that I mean when there are periods of market.
It's so brilliant that in new offices, everything is glass. Unlike a home that has rooms that have walls that are not see-through, because we need privacy, but offices are completely transparent. There's no way to hide in an office. This is so brilliant.
Market stress. All of these securities can go in one direction, typically down. And when they go down together, that creates a really big market crash.
Oh, that's such nonsense.
All three. So it turns out that during normal times, these markets are a very significant source of liquidity and therefore stability. During abnormal times, by that I mean when there are periods of market stress, all of these securities.
Why should there be market stress? Market stress, I mean, you have to discuss what is market stress. I mean, so you're saying, okay, I mean, normally it creates stability, but during stress, it falls apart. Okay, but what causes stress? Well, the answer is government. What do you mean stress? Oh, the government shakes things up. Oh, so the government destroys the system and the system collapses when the government destroys it. And that makes it unstable because the government attacks it. Okay. That's true for any system. That does not speak as to the stability of the system. The system is more stable than without it. A market with options is more stable than a market without options. A market with more flexibility is more stable. Any system with more, is that true? A market with more flexibility is more stable than a market with less flexibility. It's more flexible. So of course it can reshape itself onto any circumstance. That's the power of flexibility. But when there's stress, say it. Say, what is stress? Stress is government. When the government comes after, when Elizabeth Warren comes after an industry, the industry will collapse, regardless of whatever strength and flexibility the system has. But if Elizabeth Warren doesn't come after to destroy a system, then the system is more flexible and therefore more stable than without the flexibility.
Liquidity and therefore stability. During abnormal times, by that I mean when there are periods of market stress, all of these securities can go in one direction, typically down. And when they go down together, that creates a really big market.
But why do they all typically go down? Why would they all go together? What could cause this? The system is designed to stabilize itself, to hedge itself. The whole thing is hedging. Hedging creates stability.
Crash. So in those circumstances, derivatives markets can exacerbate these kinds of market dislocations.
In 1997, Merton and Scholes were awarded the Nobel Prize in economics. Black was acknowledged for his contributions, but unfortunately, he passed away just 2 years earlier.
We're going to make a lot of money in options, but now Black and Scholes have told everybody what the secret is.
With the option pricing formula now out for everyone to see, hedge funds would need to discover better ways to find market inefficiencies. Enter Jim Simons. Before Simons had any exposure to the stock market, he was a mathematician. His work on Riemann geometry was instrumental in many areas of mathematics and physics, including knot theory, quantum field theory, and quantum computing. Chern-Simons theory laid the mathematical foundation for string theory. In 1976, the American Mathematical Society presented him with the Oswald Veblen Prize in geometry. But at the top of his academic career, Simons went looking for a new challenge. When he founded Renaissance Technologies in 1978, his strategy was to use machine learning to find patterns in the stock market. Patterns provide opportunities to make money.
The real thing was to gather a tremendous amount of data, and we had to get it by hand in the early days. We went down to the Federal Reserve and copied interest rate histories and stuff like that, because it didn't exist on computers.
His rationale was that the market is far too complex for anyone to be able to make predictions with certainty. But Simons had worked for the U.S. Institute for Defense Analysis during the Cold War, breaking Russian codes by extracting patterns from masses of data. Simons was convinced that a similar approach could beat the market. He then used his academic contacts to hire a bunch of the best scientists he could find.
What was your employment criteria then? If they knew nothing about finance, what were you looking for in
Someone with a PhD in physics and who had 5 years out and had written a few good papers and was obviously a smart guy, or in astronomy, or in mathematics, or in statistics. Someone who had done science and done it well.
It's not surprising that mathematicians and physicists are involved in this field. First of all, finance pays a lot better than being an assistant professor of mathematics. And for a number of mathematicians, the beauty of option pricing is equally compelling to anything else that they're doing in their professions.
One of these was Leonard Baum, a pioneer of hidden Markov models. Just as Einstein realized that although we can't directly observe atoms, we can infer their existence through their effect on pollen grains, hidden Markov models aim to find factors that are not directly observable but do have an effect on what we can observe. And soon after that, Renaissance launched their now famous Medallion Fund. Using hidden Markov models and other data-driven strategies, the Medallion Fund became the highest returning investment fund of all time. This led Bradford Cornell of UCLA in his paper Medallion Fund, the Ultimate Counterexample, to conclude that maybe the efficient market hypothesis itself is wrong.
In 1988, I published a paper testing it, the US stock market, and what I found was that the hypothesis is false. You can actually reject the hypothesis in the data, and so there are predictabilities in the stock market.
So it's possible to beat the market, is what you're saying.
It's possible to beat the market if you have the right models, the right training, the resources, the computational power, and so on and so forth. Yes.
The people who have found the patterns in the stock market, and the randomness for that matter, have often been physicists and mathematicians, but their impact has gone beyond just making them rich. By modeling market dynamics, they've provided new insight into risk and opened up whole new markets. They've determined what the accurate price of derivatives should be, and in doing so, they have helped eliminate market inefficiencies. Ironically, if we are ever able to discover all the patterns in the stock market, knowing what they are will allow us to eliminate them. Then we will finally have a perfectly efficient market where all price movements are truly random.
Well, finally, he said something that is correct. It's like most things he says, at least most things he said today, a lot of the things he said today are just communism. But finally, he said actually something that I don't disagree with. Congratulations. That was a good video. That was really good. Did I say something? But not the madness. Yeah, this got the most thumbs up. The madness of the people. Because motion actually occurs in one's own material mind only. And anyway, it's boring conversation. There was a boycott in the U.S. Let's see what this is about. Working on quantum entanglement. There was a boycott, a Boy Scout in the U.S. that has created a nuclear reactor at home. Now there is a guy figuring quantum entanglement on Discord at 3:30 p.m. after work. This is legendary. Well, I didn't figure it out. So.
All right. Let's see. Let's do a mic check. Okay, so I think. Let's see. Let's do a mic check. Okay, mic check is fine. Okay, so I think. Let's see. Let's do a mic check. Okay, mic check is fine. It's good to do a mic check recursively. A mic check on the mic check is good. That's the USS Reliant. Mutara Nebula. All right. So what I want to do is I want to create separate apps. Like the fact that I have one app that is trying to do everything is too much. So really what I want to test is my particle class. So the particle class that I want to have a particle class. And I want to have separate apps that each test this particle class. And I want to see if I can get the data. Can I reproduce the data? Whatever the data is, any experiment of quantum entanglement, I want to be able to reproduce it. First, I need to know what the experiment is. And then I want to be able to reproduce it. My intuition is, as always was, that I should be able to reproduce any quantum entanglement experiment. There should be nothing strange, weird about quantum entanglement. That's my intuition. Now, historically, Einstein went to his grave thinking that he settled quantum entanglement in the EPR paper. Einstein wrote the EPR paper and no one responded. That was the end of it. And then after Einstein died, Bell wrote his paper. So Einstein never had a chance to respond to Bell's paper. My intuition is Einstein would have mopped the floor with Bell.
No, I don't think so. $310. I don't think so. Einstein would have mopped the floor with Bell. I no longer think that. Very sad. Sadly. Yeah. La 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 la. What else we got? Why on my phone am I always finding stuff to watch, but on my laptop, nothing? I need to have an agenda. I was thinking maybe I should just study math for now. I'm 26. I'm a mathematician, and I live at home with my cat, with my mom. Here's my story. What do you mean you're a mathematician? Professor Rob K? Why don't you
And
go work in finance?
hello to anyone out there watching. I just wanted to make this video to shed light on my current situation and see if there's anyone out there that can relate. So I went into college as a pre-med student, set to be a biology major, and I thought I had it all set, ready to go. And then turns out I didn't actually like biology that much, or medicine. I took a class, intro to medicine, or a seminar class on medicine, and it wasn't for me. But I ended up, going to my physics professor's office hours and really enjoying the material in that class, and realized I wanted to be a math major, or something along those lines: math, physics, computer science. So I went along that route, and then I actually ended up switching to psychology because I was struggling a lot with the course.
I wouldn't do Uber Eats. I would do Uber, because Uber, you meet people and you talk to people, and sometimes like Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday during the day, especially weekends, you get to pick up chicks, and some of them would invite you home, and you can meet chicks.
Course content in the math classes and computer science. And then found myself struggling again in psychology. So I actually switched back to math because I only had a few classes left to finish the major, and I kind of just stumbled upon the major and finished with a math major. So then I joined a music technology master's program. I sort of
Wait, what?
Psychology, because I was struggling a lot. But I ended up, going to my physics professor's office hours and really enjoying the material in that class, and realized I wanted to be a math major, or something along those lines: math, physics, computer science. So I went along that route, and then I actually ended up switching to psychology because I was struggling a lot with the course content in the math classes and computer science. And then found myself struggling again in psychology. So
computer science, that's so easy. Why would you struggle with that?
Well, I actually switched back to math because I only had a few classes left to finish the major, and I kind of just stumbled upon the major and finished with a math major. So then I joined.
Wait. Let me look at this next. This is interesting. Work at a bagel shop. I'm a mathematician too. Really? More people like this? This is interesting too. Finally, some interesting things when cops face their last moments. Jesus. I don't want to work. Linear algebra. That's good. I need to learn linear algebra. Exposing the honey influencer scam. Mega lag? That sounds interesting. Struggling with anxiety, depression for 9 years. That's interesting. Wow, these are really interesting. Why does Elon Musk want to kill Wikipedia? Steve Shives. Wow. Find the value of X. Woke Hollywood lost. Okay, I think that's enough.
And then found myself struggling again in psychology, in that class, and realized I wanted to be a math major, or something along those lines: math, physics, computer science. So I went along that route, and then I actually ended up switching to psychology because I was struggling a lot with the course content in the math classes and computer science. And then found myself struggling again in psychology. So I actually switched back to math because I only had a few classes left to finish the major, and I kind of just stumbled upon the major and finished with a math major. So then I joined a music technology master's program. I sort of got into music technology by accident. So
yeah, music theory is math.
I started making some songs of my own in college, inspired by mental health struggles. And I was interested in how creating music, specifically rap music, affects mental health and psychology. So that's kind of what got me down that route. And I didn't think I wanted to do grad school in math just because of my own struggles in the courses. And I did an internship over the summer that involved a lot of math and artificial intelligence, machine learning, and that involves a lot of math. So I found myself, when I went home each day, I found myself thinking about the topic and found myself thinking about math randomly at home, just watching videos, learning new topics. And well, for some personal reasons, I decided to leave the music technology master's program, switching back to math. After switching, I realized that it was a good fit. Math was a better fit because of my pure interest in the subject, and despite how stressful it might be, I ended up getting into Johns Hopkins master's program in math online. I really enjoyed learning about upper level math, specifically pure math, So you can think about real analysis, matrix theory, proof-based linear algebra, which is what that is, ODE. And along the way, I've found myself interested in
ODE, ordinary differential equations. That's like that's nothing. That's intro to calculus.
Education as well. I also kind of got into education randomly by accident. So it was 2019. I took a semester off from college for mental health reasons, and I reached out to one of my professors to see if he had any ideas for a side project in computer science or math. And he asked me if I like data science. I didn't know what it was at the time, but then I looked it up and realized it was basically just math programming. So I did projects with him for several months. We ended up turning the projects into a course along with a few other students, and I was a TA for the course, working with PhD students in a small setting. And I really enjoyed working with students and watching them grow and learn. So that's kind of what got me into education. I've had a number of positions in education. The TA, I was a course designer, a grader, a math tutor. I even worked as a math teacher for some time, but that didn't end up working out either. I worked as a bioinformatician, which also didn't end up working out. Some of these jobs didn't end up working out for mental health reasons or whatever it may be. But I ended up leaving those jobs on my own accord. I have this really wishy-washy back and forth journey, academically and professionally. I've struggled to find a job for the past, since May.
Academia, one of the advantages of academia is that about half of the people you meet are women. So that's really great. Like in engineering, it's mostly men. But academia, I would even say it's mostly women. So academia is actually great for picking up chicks. And you can, like, there's other majors. So like the chicks that go into like psychology and stuff, they're hot chicks.
I quit my job as a bioinformatician. I've had a number of interviews and nothing came of it. And now I just had an interview for a summer internship. So we'll see how that goes. It's for an educational internship where I would be doing some data science on the back end of things, or behind the scenes in education. It would be teaching, it would be a non-instructional role. And that's kind of where I'm at in life. And I just wanted to give an update and see if anyone out there is also struggling or likes math or also can't find their way professionally. And now I'm starting a new master's program with Indiana State with a focus in math education because of my interest in education. I'm not sure exactly what I want to do with it. I just know that I'm interested in math and education. And, this is the path I found myself on. I'm 26. I'm an Uber Eats driver, and I live at home with my mom. I don't have a lot of friends. I probably have just a few friends at this point, and a lot of us have drifted apart. And I'm struggling a bit with, academic and career planning. I've been trying hard. I'm doing my best, and I enjoy making math videos. I enjoy making music. I enjoy making drawing videos. So that's the point of my channel. And I hope I can reach a good amount of people, and I hope to inspire people and help people learn. And hopefully, once I get the master's and potentially PhD, but I'm already 26 at this point. I don't know if I want to do that. So hopefully by then
Yes, I think you should. You should pursue a PhD.
to get a solid job and stable career. But I do hope to make some side income from YouTube right now because Uber Eats isn't a lot of money. And I really do enjoy making videos and music and drawing videos and math videos. So if you guys have any recommendations for content you want to see or any kind of videos, let me know. I'd be happy to do my best to make those videos for you. Thank you for tuning in. Have a good day, and let me know in the comments if there's anyone with a similar struggle or can relate in some way.
Most people wouldn't just discuss it nilly-willy with the rest of the planet. Most people are not comfortable disclosing that information. Why is my entire feed underemployed mathematicians? Being a mathematician makes you a success in my book. Yeah, that's true. And going through a divorce, just remember to never give up on yourself. Things will get better. Not necessarily. You can live with your mom and still, as long as your mom is not a complete Looney Tune. If your mom is not toxic, then you can, make the best of it. Save money. What's going on here? Voters to reform, blah, 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 looking glass, a quantum measurement you can do at home. I gave up on her. One of her last videos was so confusing. I don't know anymore.
Come on in.
Jesus Christ.
We're ready.
So long and rangy.
Jesus, she is lethal. You don't want to face this lady. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Despite her pretty looks, Dakota Dicheva displays an unprecedented level of violence.
You do not want to face this lady in the ring. Trust me. I don't care who you are. Oh my God. Jesus.
Devastating striking.
Oh my God. Oh my God. And it's like when you're a guy and you're fighting girls, you're always surprised by how high they can kick. Like when you're with dudes, usually dudes don't kick high, but chicks all the time surprise you with their high kicks. And it's always surprising and it's always lethal.
And a deadly clinch game. Holds a record-breaking knockout rate in the cage.
Jesus.
Right back. Oh, big nasty. The spotlight belongs to the long-legged PFL champion.
Yeah, long legs. That's a problem. That is a problem.
Who might soon outshine.
Because that means ground game. She'll triangle you. You're in trouble.
Any MMA star.
Oh my God.
Born into a Bulgarian English family in the summer of 1998.
How tall is she? If she's 5'10", she's a murderer.
Dakota followed in the footsteps of her mother, Lisa Howarth, a multi-time world champion in Muay Thai, kickboxing, and karate.
And a good right hand again.
By the age of 4, she was introduced to the art of combat, and her parents chose Muay Thai as the main discipline for their daughter.
I mean, I would start with boxing.
Okay, I see ya.
While her classmates were chasing likes on social media, the 16-year-old Ditcheva was collecting titles on the brutal rings of Thailand.
I mean, I personally know the world champ, so I don't know what titles she has, but she doesn't have world champ.
A charming smile and a ballerina's physique could easily distract an enraptured viewer from her dagger-like front kick.
Oh my God. You can never see that coming. That's why I go for a clinch. I mean, it's too dangerous to keep distance from a striker. It's too dangerous. Oh my God. Yeah,
And
you can never see these coming.
Machine gun combinations of.
Yeah, the problem is the machine gunning. It's. I mean, if you're just on the receiving end of a machine gun, you're wasting your time. You gotta do something. Otherwise, they're gonna get in and knock you out.
This fiery girl.
Oh, move in. This girl on the left has to move in. She's not moving in. She's just receiving.
Who rarely left it.
You cannot step away. You gotta move in, move in, move in, move in.
In the hands of the judges. Even before turning 18, Dakota's striking arsenal was deeper than her wardrobe.
Dakota's a little bit more explosive, but
she's like a machine gun. That's terrifying.
It's a good scorer.
Reverse 1-2s.
If you don't machine gun back, then just leave. You can't defend against a machine gun. Well, it's not a movie.
Picturesque kicks across all levels. Sharp counters.
Oh my
Flying
God.
knees.
Right hand.
And a lethal clinch.
She backs up onto the ropes, throws the knee in again, and then a third. The referee's having a look.
The other chick, when being clinched, is trying to keep the distance. Wonderful. And now you're positioning yourself exactly where you need to be to get kneed everywhere. If you're getting clinched, you gotta clinch back. You gotta shove your waist in. You cannot move your waist out.
Providing free makeup services to her opponents, she claimed victory at the 2016 World Championships in a prestigious Muay Thai organization.
So 2 wins in quick succession.
But that was only the beginning of her journey, kicking the brakes off of girls.
So far, I don't recognize any of her opponents.
Aiton's having to weather an early storm here. Tries that kick in, and that's hurt.
The British Valkyrie added several more stoppages to her record.
Stepping long knee again.
Yeah, the long knees, and that's hurt Bragg early.
And seeing the rise of women's MMA in 2018, she decided to flaunt her manicure in the small gloves. In order to get used to the grappling, Ditcheva stayed in the amateurs for a while.
Yeah, nice kick catch and a lovely sweep.
Immediately gluing the audience to their screens with her refined technique.
That's not amateurs. If there's no shin guards, that's not, and no whatever head helmet, that's not amateurs. That's normal fighting.
She said their style's like her mum's forward
and killer instinct.
And back up. Big right hand out to the back.
It's only contact.
Nice.
That let Leonara know where she was.
Big right hand and the red wave.
Wow.
Her interest in jiu-jitsu proved fruitful as well.
Straight away.
Wait, what? You cannot step into a MMA ring without knowing jiu-jitsu very well. What do you mean her interest in jiu-jitsu? Yeah, her curiosity about jiu-jitsu. Without knowing jiu-jitsu well, you'll be dead.
Mixing up her vicious striking.
And she's able to take a good punch and stand.
Dakota showcased impressive progress in close-range combat.
Very good. That's called a close guard guillotine.
Transformed into a well-rounded mixed martial artist in about 3 years.
Oh, nice knee to the body.
See, she's always moving forward. That's good for two things. It's good for psychology, and two, the other guy's busy running away, so you can attack.
Follows it up. Tie plum clinch. Oh, that's a big
very good use of knees. Knees are underused in general.
knee. Oh.
There's a groupie. Let me see this girl.
She finally switched pro. Making her debut in 2021, Dakota was throwing up and down, switching stances on the fly.
Job.
Oh my God. A kick to the thigh. You don't need many. Like one of those, most 99.9% of humans would be on the floor, would be in the hospital right now with that low kick.
Thai-style platter of elbows and
Oh
knees.
my God. That is so dangerous. An elbow to the side of the head.
And again.
Oh my God. And she knows how to throw elbows.
Now
And
the
again.
elbow's going in here.
Finishing the execution
Oh my
in the
God.
first round.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. Oh, knee. She dropped.
She is lethal. You never want to fight this chick ever in the history of ever.
Consistently uplifting fan spirits and keeping persistent opponents at bay with signature kicks.
These ladies.
You see the other chick. Oh, battery. The other chick. Who is she? The girl. Yeah, the chick with the back to us is moving forward. Finally, somebody's moving forward against her. So now she's on the defense. Let's see how she reacts.
Wasting no time, but Dakota is really picking her off.
And the other chick is slowing down. You gotta move forward. The first rule of fighting, you have to move forward. It's the least intuitive, but it's the most important rule to follow.
Never forgot to imprint her front
You
kick.
see the other girls running away. That's the end, the beginning of the end.
On their faces.
Several times. Big kick again. Really well.
See, she's moving forward, and now Dakota is slowing down. You gotta move forward.
Working well for the
And you cannot. You have to attack, 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 attack. Always attack, always attack, always attack.
Oh, that one straight through the middle.
Gradually ramping up precise combinations.
No, don't move
stay
away.
in
Move
corner.
forward.
But
Oh,
in the
you see the
clinch.
move.
Dakota,
Oh my
the
God!
knees,
You
the
gotta,
elbows.
especially when you're being bombarded, you have to move in. When you're being bombarded, you have to move in.
This young lady likes to
And keep
strike.
distance when you're being bombarded. As unintuitive as it is, it's very uncomfortable. When you're being bombarded, you cannot want to move away, because then you're positioning yourself exactly where you need to be in order to get knocked out. You're simply moving into wherever the other guy wants you to be. But if you move in, then the other guy needs to move away in order to situate them for an attack. But then they keep having to recalibrate. So you got to move forward.
Favored with John Jones-esque tricks. Oh, spinning back elbow just missed. And this is the thing. And another! And a knee! And another elbow!
When you're being bombarded, you got to move in.
Another!
Good, you see?
She can
Good.
now
She's
get the job
good. The other chick is hard. Is hardened.
done on the ground if needed.
So with the takedown. Really
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah, the other girl, it looks like she's trying to move away, which is a mistake. Look at that back. That's a huge back.
Nah, referee's seen enough of Dakota at the table. Gifted with a rare combination of runway-worthy looks and fighting mastery, Dakota didn't linger on the regional scene for long, deporting her opponents back to OnlyFans one by one.
I would like to see her pushing a little bit more.
Oh, baby!
Oh,
Here we go!
kick.
Right on the money, baby! What a kick! Dangerous! In 2022, the 5-0 striking hottie drew the eye of the PFL promotion, which operates a regular season and a playoff stage, like in team sports. The only drawback for athletes from Muay Thai backgrounds is the organization's ban on elbow strikes, which applies to all
That's so dumb. Ban this, ban that. That's dumb.
bouts except championship ones. Joining the flyweight division at 125 pounds, the 24-year-old Dicheva had no intention
Wait. Oh, Dakota Dicheva.
of disappointing her mother. So when Hasna Jaber spun a windmill right out of the gate,
Wow.
Dakota punished these wild haymakers.
Side. Nice slip and rip there from Dakota.
And delivered her signature kick.
Slip and rip there from Dakota. Push kick drops.
In the ensuing clinch, a single knee was enough to score the fastest victory of her career.
Out of her element here. She's hurt to the body.
Right to the liver, right side.
Returning 3 months later with a blown kiss,
She is
Dakota
devastating. She is terrifying.
stuck to her winning recipe. First,
Men, like in her weight class, a guy in her weight class, I don't care what level he is, would be having a hard time.
stuff the adversary with front kicks.
What's her weight class? What's her weight class? Where are the stats? I mean, she's tiny, 125, but that's lean. That's 125 of lean, 5'8". She is lean 125. So a normal guy that's like 200 pounds is basically 125 of muscle. She's reach. Anyway, devastating. Yes, comrade Mao, what's up? What do you got?
Yeah, I'm great. What about you?
I'm okay. So you support Mao Zedong?
Not really. I don't support.
Why not? So why do you call yourself Comrade Mao?
I found this a name funny. That's why I put in my Discord.
So are you a communist?
Not really.
Why not? Oh, you said not really.
Because
Mm-hmm.
because communism has killed a lot of people.
Oh my God. So it's going to be very boring to talk to you. Jesus.
Why?
Because we don't disagree. So what's the point of talking to someone we don't disagree? I need to talk to someone that we can fight so I can convince you that you're wrong.
So you are a pure capitalist. You follow John Adam.
You mean Adam Smith?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could say that. That's possible. So you don't follow capitalism? You don't like capitalism?
I mean, like, I don't have much idea about the capitalism, but wow, I mean, like, the economic systems that enables everyone to have food and their basic rights, that economy is great.
Wait, what? I didn't get any of that. What did you say?
I'm like saying that the economy that provides everyone basic rights, that system is great for the economy.
I still didn't get it. The economy that.
I'm sa-
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying like the let's say economic system that's give everyone's basic rights like educations, food, uh, basic rights of freedoms. I support that economic system.
Wait, you think you have a right for to be fed? It's your right to be fed?
Ah, it's my right to yeah. Isn't it's my right on earth to get food?
That means somebody owes you. Your right means somebody owes you. So you can walk up to who is that somebody that owes you food?
Mm, well,
Like
it's basically the government.
well, that means everybody owes you. So you can walk up to anyone. But the question is like usually rights are like the way I heard some people like capitalists describe it is that rights are things that you don't need someone to give you, like the right to have free speech or the right to own a gun, right? Or the right to to work and own private property. Like you don't have like rights are not something that somebody owes you. Like nobody owes you a gun. Nobody owes you what else? Property. Like you don't say that you should be guaranteed to own a property. Right? You don't you didn't say that.
Mm, I think my system sounds like communist.
Yeah, you're a communist, yeah. You're basically Mao Zedong. You're Mao Zedong without the funny name. Yeah, I mean you are a communist if you think that I owe you, that society owes you, then right? If you think society owes you, then you're a socialist.
I think that everyone should have rights to earn their own money. I mean, like, the market manipulation is done by a lot of capitalists. I mean, billionaires. So, what are you gonna say on that?
I didn't get that. The market manipulation is done by capitalists? What do you mean market manipulation?
I mean, like let's say that, for example, the Coca-Cola corporations, they are doing a lot of market manipulations. That's
What
why a
is?
lot of other
What do you mean by?
other
What do you, wait? What do you mean?
the
Wait.
yeah.
What do you mean by market manipulation? Define manipulation.
I mean, like they are manipulating the markets. That's
But
their products would be.
define manipulation. What do you? Can you define manipulation? I don't know what you mean. What are you talking about?
I don't have the specific meaning for the manipulation right now, but basically the thing is that the manipulation is that I'm just giving money to governments, and I'm just investing money in influencing peoples only to buy my products, not the others.
Your parents? Your parents, not the others? Your what? Not the others? I'm not following. What is you said? You said market manipulation. Then you're saying you don't know. You don't know what you mean. I'm.
I mean, I don't have words how to describe that. It's all pop up in my head.
You don't have the words to describe market manipulation
Yeah,
because you don't have the words.
market manipulation. I mean, market manipulation is
Give
that
me an
separating for that.
Give me an example of market manipulation. Can you give me an
I mean,
example?
like for examples, like
Hmm.
I don't know. I don't have example.
Okay, so if you don't have example, that means you don't have anything. Like if you like, then you don't have market manipulation. Usually, usually the way it goes in a discussion is you bring up something, and I would ask you to define it, and usually people instead of define, they give examples. And then, then the other guy says, no, please define. And then I don't know. But
Mm.
you're neither defining nor giving an example. So that means you're saying words.
I think
Hmm.
the by the market manipulations, I mean like
Hmm.
separating false news about other business company, and then uh, earning money from separating false news, like
Spreading false
manipulating.
news, spreading fake news.
Yeah,
That's freedom of speech. I should be able to do that. That's literally the First Amendment. You can't stop me from spreading fake news. That's my right. That's literally my right. If we don't have that right, then we go. That's Mao Zedong. Congratulations.
how man, how?
Mao Zedong didn't allow free speech, right? You couldn't say what you want in Mao Zedong, right? That's communism. Like in North Korea, you can't say what you want to say. There's no there's no freedom of expression. They don't have First Amendments.
I mean, first of all, I'm not a citizen of United States of America, and secondly, yeah, I believe in freedom of speech, but when some freedom of speech, yeah, is separating false news like the flat earther, that should be need some actions by the government and the people.
So you're not a capitalist. You're a communist. That's fine. So we could. That's good. We can debate. That's good. So this government, uh, you know that this government, at the end of the day, it's going to be me. It's going to be somebody. It's going to be a guy. So why do you want to give one guy the power to decide what is fake news? Why not let each person decide? Why do you want to give one guy the power to decide what is truth? Why not let people each decide what is truth? Why do you
Well,
want
I
to?
think then I mean, like, when we are saying, when you were saying that, why don't you give powers to everyone? But there's a basic concept of democracy. In democracy, we have to elect someone as our represented, who will represent us for 5 years and who will represent our own voice for the 5 years. That's the basic of democracy.
Okay, so you want to elect someone who will decide everything, like including what you eat and how you dress and where you live and if you live. That's what you want. That's what. If I
I mean,
mm,
yes.
if I could give you two countries to choose from, one country that is more free, one country that is less free, which would you choose? Everything else is the same. In one country, you have more freedoms. In the other country, you have less freedoms. Everything else is the same. Same quality of life, same car, same house, same friends. Everything is the same. But in one country, you can say what you want. You can, listen to news, fake news. You can spread fake news. It's up to you. In the other country, you're not allowed to say what you want. You have to say exactly what the government says that you're allowed to say. The government says you can only say these things. If you don't say these things, we put you, in a work camp. We put you to we take you away from society. We have to re-educate you. So which country would you prefer to live in? The free country or the not free country? What's your choice? What's your preference?
I mean, like, the point is that the I don't think that two countries will have the same facilities as they are with the free of speech or
That's
not the free of speech.
that's the given in the question. Like in second grade when they taught you how to, word problems in math. A train leaves the station at 8 a.m. That's a given. So I gave you a question. It's called a hypothetical. So you have to answer the hypothetical. If you refuse
But
if you
yeah,
refuse to answer a hypothetical, that's usually considered the end, basically the end of the debate. You have basically conceded the debate. So you have to answer
mm,
every question that you're asked, or explain why you don't want to answer, can't answer, whatever. But usually you need to answer every question.
I don't think the question is okay and right.
What do you mean? I don't know what that means. Okay and right. I don't. What do you mean by okay?
I mean, like, if you give an examples, there are two countries, let's say the China and the
No,
America.
no, 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 no. What do you mean by okay?
I mean, by the question is not right. You can say that.
What do you mean not right? So okay means right. So what do you mean by right?
What
I
are you
mean that,
guys talking about?
yeah.
We are talking about what Comrade Mao prefers, to live in a free country or to live in a not free country. So I gave him the alternative. Two identical countries, except for in one of them he's free, he has free speech, and in the other one he has no free speech.
Okay, so you're telling what is the example of one country that has free speech and one doesn't? Doesn't? I mean, I have an example. One doesn't. North Korea. But which is the country you claim have free speech?
No, no, no. I'm asking
Suppose.
him where. It's a hypothetical. I'm asking him where would he
Oh,
rather.
hypothetically,
Yeah.
because okay.
So where would you rather live? Wait, that's Modi?
Yeah.
So you don't like Modi?
No, I don't.
Okay, you're a communist. Okay, let's continue. That's good.
Okay, so yeah,
What's the
if
answer?
my country,
What's
if my country, I will, if that country which don't have freedom of speech, and because they try to prevent any kind of mass
what?
level
Just
problem.
give me the answer. What's your preference? Which country would you prefer to live in? The free speech or the not free speech?
For general, yeah, free of speech.
Okay. Okay. All right. So before you said that in a democracy we vote for a government that decides what is truth. But now you don't want to live in that country. You would rather live in a country where we vote for the guy that will not tell us what is truth. You would rather live in a free country than in a country where you vote in a dictator that tells you what is truth. So you would rather live in a country where I can manipulate the markets through fake news. That's your preference. So we have come to a contradiction. So you need to decide. Are you okay with market manipulation or do you have a problem with market manipulation? What's your preference? Basically, you already told me your preference is to live in a country that allows markets to be manipulated, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, for example, in the West, you can deny the Holocaust happens on Jews, and you will be jailed. So
What?
that's not
What? Wait,
you
what?
don't know that if you deny the Holocaust happens with the
No,
Jews.
what's your preference? But what's your preference? Where do you want to live? If you have two
I mean,
countries, what?
I mean, so when it's come to the denial theory, the West will put you in the jail. But why not? They should, whatever say, they should control the market manipulations, like separating false news about other companies.
I didn't really understand what you just said, so could you repeat, please, slowly?
I'm saying like, when it's come to the Holocaust denial theory, if you deny the Holocaust, you will be jailed in the European countries,
No,
and
I'm asking what's your preference? I don't care what the law in countries is. That's like a question for historians of legal systems. That's I don't care. I want to understand what your preference is. Where would you rather live? In a country,
yeah,
yeah.
I will live in a capitalist society. Okay,
You want to live in a capitalist society?
okay, yeah.
Good. All right. Animal for life.
Yeah,
What's your preference? Where do you want to live?
I want to live in a country like Norway, which doesn't have any kind of hypocrisy whatsoever.
Okay, I'm assuming you're joking. So what do you mean by hypocrisy?
What I mean by hypocrisy is that in the in the so-called free West, I can't express my support for Palestine or what is happening in Syria or Yemen freely in the internet. If I do that, I will be in the jail. Do you know how many people are in the jail in
Wait, wait,
for
wait,
for
wait,
the things who
wait,
said in the internet
wait a
compa-
minute.
of
Wait,
UK compared to Russia?
wait,
So
wait,
Norway doesn't have this kind of
wait,
hypocrisy. So
wait.
I would prefer to live in a country like Norway because it doesn't
Anime,
have prefer
anime.
hypocrisy like the West,
Wait,
not the East. That's my answer.
anime for life. Wait, I mean, why
Yeah.
you're talking so much when I want to ask you questions. So slow down.
Yes. Go on.
So
Go
here,
on.
okay, I'm gonna say right now, free Palestine, and according to you, what's supposed to happen? So you're saying in Norway they arrest you?
Just type a post in the Facebook or any other social media platform. You are by supporting in a post supporting Palestine and speaking against Israel. If you are in a country like US or UK, then talk.
Okay. So in
What
the
happened to
U.S.
you in 2 and 3 days?
Wait. So what's gonna happen? Like, if like I know
There is a
people.
good chance that you will be put
Yeah.
put in the category of anti-Semitism because you spoke for the Palestinians, which is
Okay.
clearly anti-Semitism, according to
Yeah.
Western sources.
According to who? What do you mean you would be put in? Who would put you in that category?
Meta, Western societies, and the Western
Meta.
people who run the country, or
Meta.
those who influence the
Wait. Slow
government.
down. Slow down. Slow down. So you're saying the
Yes.
Meta, like Facebook company, puts you in a category of an anti-Semite if you say "Free Palestine" online or something?
Not just free Palestine. Just type something about in Israel doing wrong in Gaza
Fine,
or
fine.
right something
I
that
don't.
Israel shouldn't do.
Okay, okay. Stop,
Then see.
stop. 1 second. Slow down. But free.
Okay.
I don't care. Whatever example. Free Palestine. All right. Let's assume. Let's take the Free Palestine example. So you're saying that if I say Free Palestine, then Facebook is going to categorize me as an anti-Semite?
Obviously.
Okay. And so what? Why should I care? Why should I care if they categorize me?
Okay. Why should you care?
Hmm.
You believe in? Do you believe in racism or not? First of all, answer that.
Do I believe in racism? I personally love black chicks a lot.
Okay. So you are not racist. Okay. Okay.
I am. I'm
Do
very.
you know?
I am
Do
racist.
you know?
Wait, I am racist.
Israelis can freely say, or anyone in America, while killing anyone Palestinians or Arab origin or anyone in the Arab world, Israel is by killing them. While killing them, they can shout "Death to Arab." They can march, protest "Death to Arab." But if I protest in a rally in any country of the world, saying "Death to Israel" or "Death to Jews," do you know which category I will be put in? Anti-Semite.
But why is
Do
this
you know the biggest hypocrisy? Because the biggest hypocrisy is that
anime?
clearly Arabs are
Wait,
the majority of Semites, but
anime,
killing Arabs are not anti-Semitic.
anime. Hold on, slow down. You're going
Okay.
fast. You're going fast. Like we need, like you got to slow down. I can't keep up with you. So okay, I'm trying to understand. Let's say Facebook puts me in a category of an Oh, he left. Oh my god. Oh my god. It could have been an interesting discussion.
Yeah. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
So what are you guys talking about?
Like they said, free Palestine or something. Do you hate Jews?
Yeah. No, I mean, I would say free Palestine. I don't necessarily hate the Jews. No, not
Okay.
all of them. Only Zionists.
What's what's a
Those who kill
Zionist?
people.
What?
A Zionist is a group of Jews who likes to kill children and people.
Why do they
That's
like to
Zionist.
kill children?
Ask them.
What do you mean ask them? What do you
I don't even know.
what do you mean
I
you
don't even know. I seriously don't even know.
what do you mean you
It
don't
is.
know?
This is actually a genuine question. I'm still asking it till this day.
What do you mean like
No, do you have the answer though?
do I have the answer?
Yeah, why are Zionists killing children? I don't even know.
No,
Tell me.
you said they like killing children.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They
why?
do it all.
Why? Why do
I
they
don't
like
know.
What do you mean? Do they kill their own children?
No, they kill Muslims.
Why?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? I mean, did you ask them?
Am I a Jew?
What do you mean? Are
Do I
you?
look like a Jew to you?
You don't
Or
have to
I don't know.
be. You don't have to be a
If
Jew in order to ask questions and get answers. Like, who told you? Who told you this? What's your source of information that Zionists like killing Muslim children? What's your source of information? How do you know this?
bro, are you living under a rock, bro? Are we really discussing this?
What do you mean? What's your source of information? How do you know this? You either gonna give me a source of
You haven't
information
you haven't seen you haven't seen the videos.
of videos of what?
Okay, you're living under a rock, bro. I'm
Uh,
not gonna tell you history. It's a whole lot of things. Now I want to ask you something. Do you believe in God?
No, I'm an atheist.
Yeah. See, that's the issue. Now, who do you think created you?
What? Who do I think what?
How do you think you were created?
How do I think I'm created?
Yeah,
Like
like initially.
my father had
Initially, I said.
initially, like at the beginning of the universe.
I don't know. You tell me.
What do you
I
mean? I
want
don't know
to hear
what.
your answer.
Wait, I'm
Like initially,
asking.
just initially.
And what do you mean
That's my question.
initially?
You can answer it the way you want.
The way I want? What do you mean the way I want? I don't know
So
what.
my question, I will repeat it and I will let you answer it. Okay.
Okay.
So my question is,
Mm-hmm.
how do you think
Mm-hmm.
you were created?
My father and my mom,
Yeah.
created me. I came out of my
Okay.
mommy's.
Okay. Your mom birthed you.
Yeah.
She gave birth to you. She did
Yeah.
not create you. Now,
Mm-hmm.
who created you or what created you
You
or what
know.
caused you?
What do you mean?
Yeah.
My mom had, let's say, 300,000 eggs, and my father had contributed sperm, and the sperm and the egg, that's me. I am that sperm and that egg. That's me.
Okay. How did it start to exist?
The sperm, my father's, testicles produce sperm, and one day they produced me. Probably 3 months before my father impregnated my mom, my me sperm was created.
How did your father started to exist?
The same as I started to exist. His father, from his test.
Okay, now
Hmm.
now let's go to the first human alive. Who is he? How
No,
did he
there's
started to
there's
exist?
no there's no first human. Like every
Yeah, so tell me about that.
well, so the humans evolved from
Monkeys?
no, from some ancestral ape that is no longer around.
Monkeys?
Well, an ape. I don't know. There's supposed to be a difference, but whatever. Yeah,
Yeah,
we
just say
are.
monkeys, bro. Yeah, the same
That's
point. Yeah, so it's monkeys.
okay.
Yeah, so
Hmm.
yeah, you can go ahead.
So evolution. I mean, we all evolved because of Darwinian evolution.
So how did the apes, like the monkeys, how did they started to exist?
The same as I. Sperms and eggs.
Good.
What?
Okay, okay. And now when we go to the first cell on Earth, how did it start to begin to
It's
have
the
life?
same. It's always going to be the
No, no, no,
same.
no, no. Hold on, hold on. The first cell, like the first, let's say, biological being. How did it start to exist?
So that's what I'm saying. There is no first. There's always an
So
evolution.
no, no, no. Hold on. So we know that the Earth has a lifetime, right? We
Hmm.
know the Earth started to exist. Like I
Hmm.
don't know, like 2.8 billion years ago or something. I forgot,
Yeah.
but it's something like that.
Hmm.
Yeah, something. Let's say
Hmm.
3 billion years ago.
Hmm.
So when did life started to come into Earth?
Well, it looks like from the fossil record that life on Earth started as soon as Earth cooled down enough to allow for life on Earth to exist.
Okay. Now, okay, let's say Earth was like a full big volcano. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
like it was all fire. And
Mm-hmm.
then the Earth cooled down. Now tell me, how did life started to exist
Right.
from that mess?
We don't.
Yes. So Earth,
We don't.
yeah,
We don't know, but um,
yeah.
through some in the beginning, it was some chemical
No,
reactions.
no, no. There's no chemicals now. There's no chemicals now. There's like just fire and rocks and volcanoes and all that. There's no chemicals.
What do you mean? And we know that when Earth cooled down, there was plenty of water, for example, right?
How did water started? How did water came into Earth? That's a good question, though.
Yeah.
How did water came in? Yeah, how did water came into Earth in the first place?
Well, water came
Because water
from.
didn't always exist.
Well, Earth didn't always exist. You can ask, where did Earth come from?
Yeah, well, hold on. Let's just assume that Earth came in. Okay. Now,
Mm-hmm.
Earth
Mm-hmm.
didn't always had water, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Earth at some point had no water,
I don't know. It
right?
doesn't. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
it's a fact. It's a fact. Yeah, it does matter. It does because we need to know how did life started to exist, and we know that life comes from water. But water, where did it came from on Earth? That's a profound question. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
It's not critical, but water. We know that there's comets that are icy comets. So when a
Like
comet.
from outside?
Hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, so like outside Earth,
Mm-hmm.
like you said, there were comets.
Mm-hmm.
They came into Earth,
Mm-hmm.
then they brought up water with it, right?
Yeah. That's the same place where Earth came from, right? Earth came from
Well,
somewhere. So Earth
okay,
came. Hmm.
and then and then you're basically saying that from all of that mess by
Hmm.
accident,
What do you
those
mean?
comets came into Earth. No, no, hold on. So you're saying those comets came into Earth,
Hmm.
then they brought up water,
Hmm.
then somehow the first cell started to exist, and then somehow
What
the
do you
first
mean?
animal started to exist. No, no, hold on. And then there's fish, and then from fish that we got animals, and then we got you,
But
like a person who thinks, who
but
sees, and
but
we got everything. Like, yeah,
when you say somehow, it's like, but
that's
we.
my point. How?
Right, I understand. That's why I'm lingering on the word somehow. I mean, we could go through. I'm certainly not an expert, but we can go through the very, very, very beginning, right?
Natural selection?
Uh, I mean, natural selection. It's a process, but we can that helps explain. But right, so in the beginning, when Earth cooled down, so it had plenty of water, and this
Yeah,
water,
so
right, and this water was mixed with all the chemicals that are on Earth, like iron and silicon and whatever, and phosphorus. There's plenty
no,
of.
hold on. No, 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 no. You said iron. Now the irony is that iron didn't always exist on Earth. So when there was water, iron didn't exist on Earth.
Why
Iron
not?
is not even something from Earth. That's a scientific fact. You know that, right?
But
Like
that's
iron,
but
yeah.
that's the same as Earth. Earth didn't always exist. Earth came from
No, no,
where?
no. I'm saying
Hmm.
I'm saying iron in
Hmm.
specific.
Yeah.
Iron in itself. Yeah, it didn't always exist on Earth.
Yeah, but
Like it
Earth,
came.
but Earth didn't always exist on Earth.
Yeah, but we
Earth,
assumed that Earth started to exist.
it didn't. I mean, Earth in itself, it
Yeah, it
wasn't.
formed.
It formed from nothing, right? In the beginning, there was nothing.
What
I
do you mean
mean,
nothing?
in the beginning, right? What was here before Earth, right? So
The universe?
no, no, no. So we know that there was a previous star that blew up.
Yeah, like the universe, the stars, everything in it, and
Yeah, yeah,
somehow
but
Earth
the
got in here.
previous,
Yeah,
yes, but there was a before the current sun, there was a previous sun, and it blew
does it
up.
matter?
Yeah, I mean, when it blew up, it spilled out its guts, and in its guts were, there's an abundance of chemicals, especially at the end when a star blows up at
Mm,
the very end. It creates
mm,
all the heaviest elements, including uranium. So after the previous star blew up, the solar system was
mm.
filled with the dust from the previous star. And from that dust,
Are you really convinced on what you're saying right now? Like how? Like I just have one question. How? Like and like bro, it don't make sense. You
what
think it makes sense?
what do you mean? Of course, it makes sense. Well, we see this all the time. I mean, when we look with telescopes, we see this happening all the time everywhere. This is not. This
Yeah, but
is
like from that point to our point, like okay, we see that in telescopes, but we don't see life. I'm saying, like, do you actually believe that like Earth formed in this way, like from dust, as you're saying, or something, or from the star explosion? And I don't even know, like you said, but I think that you were saying from that, life somehow started to exist.
but I mean, I'm trying to get to that part of life.
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
So Earth had an abundance of chemicals. When Earth cooled down just enough, it had water, and in the water there were plenty of chemicals. All the chemicals that we have on Earth today, we had on Earth back then. But there was no life.
No,
No?
no,
Well,
that's wrong.
mm-hmm.
We didn't have iron back then. Iron wasn't on Earth. Iron came from the outside Earth.
Yeah.
Came, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, from outer Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah, with like comets, as you were saying, or something.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah. Iron
but that's after a
came.
very long time. That's
What,
after a very long time.
what do you mean?
When the Earth was formed, then the Earth, like there's water came into Earth. And then after that, with like I don't know, I think millions or billions of years, then the iron came.
Why? Why would you say
What do you
that?
mean? Why? It is what it is.
How do you know?
But it's science.
What?
Science,
What kinds?
bro. It's science. Science. You can search it up, bro. It's a scientific fact
That iron came
that
late?
iron came later down. Yeah, it came later down.
Wh- I mean, iron. Okay, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah. What do you mean? Like after water?
It doesn't matter. It honestly doesn't matter. So for this discussion, it's not important what
Okay.
order.
Yeah. Go ahead.
It's right. So the earth had water, and in the water, at one point, there were all the chemicals that there are today.
Okay.
And but there was no life yet. So the next step was
Yeah.
for
Life to exist. The first
right.
cell.
No, 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 no. We're very
No. Okay.
far. We're very far from the
Okay.
first cell. So the
Go
first
ahead. Go
step,
ahead.
would have to be for some molecule
Mm.
to self-replicate?
How?
That's a good question. Um, so actually, as far as I know, RNA naturally
Yeah.
through what they call wet dry cycles, it self-replicates.
Wait, repeat that again. So,
So as far as I know, I told you
mm,
I'm not an expert, I might be wrong, but RNA RNA
yeah.
self-replicates. RNA has a
How? I'm saying how. Like there's no order. Like no one programmed
but let's
RNA back then.
no, you don't need to
How?
program.
How did it?
No, no,
But
no.
how? How?
You don't naturally. RNA naturally self-replicates.
How did RNA came into existence in the first place?
No,
Because
RNA can combine, through by sheer coincidence.
oh, sheer. Okay, now we're talking. So you're
Mhm.
saying sheer coincidence. That's
Mhm.
how RNA came into existence.
Mhm. Exactly.
And then by sheer accident,
Mhm.
they met.
What do you
Then
mean?
or I don't even know. They self replicate. You said.
No, I mean RNA, once it forms, it naturally self-replicates. And RNA,
So
mhm.
yeah. So what happened after the RNA formation?
No, once you have a self-replicating molecule, then natural selection takes over. And then you get, us.
Okay. Okay. Even though it doesn't make like total sense, but let's talk about something like before that, even before that. Let's say the universe. How
Mhm.
did the universe in the first place started to exist?
That we
Don't
can
say we don't
never.
know.
Hmm?
Yeah, don't say we don't know. Like, give me your guesses.
No, that we can never know. No one can ever know this. This is unknowable.
We can assume.
No, we can't. We cannot
Okay,
fathom.
let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
Simple question.
Hmm.
Can we assume that something caused the universe to exist?
No,
Because we know that the universe is 13 point. Hold on. The universe is 13.8 billion years old, right? That's a scientific fact.
no, we don't.
Hasn't.
No, we don't know that. All
What do
we
you mean?
know.
No, it's a fact. It's a
No,
fact.
no, no, no. What we
The
know.
age of the age of the universe.
No, what we know
Well,
is.
hold on. You don't believe you don't believe in the age of the universe?
Let me finish a sentence. So,
That's important, though.
yeah, I'm trying to answer to explain. What we know is that currently the galaxy clusters are accelerating away from each other. That's what we see. We see the Hubble acceleration, the redshift. We see
Yeah.
the. Mhm.
Okay, you can explain the riches, the redshifts and all that, but my
Mhm.
question is, so you don't believe in the age of the universe?
I'm trying to tell you what I believe.
I
What?
know, I know, but
Mhm.
so yeah, but by explaining to me what do you believe, you're
Mhm.
saying you don't believe that the age of the universe is 13.8,
I'm
right?
trying to finish the sentence. So you keep asking the same question. I
But
keep
just say yes and then explain
I
no and then explain like yes or it's a yes or
No, I
no
told you
question.
no, no. We don't know the age of the universe. And if you want, I'll explain why we don't know when it's
Okay,
unknowable.
okay, I have a question. Did
Hmm.
it start to exist?
We don't know. We cannot know. It's
So
unknowable. If you
scientists
say
doesn't know.
it has nothing to do with scientists, it's
I
unknowable.
mean, they're the one responsible for knowing, not
No,
us.
No. It's unknowable. Whoever says they know is lying because it's unknowable.
NASA says they know.
It doesn't matter. Whoever says they know is lying. NASA doesn't say they know. No one says they know. What they know
Okay.
is what I want to tell you, and you don't want to hear. But it's not the age of the universe. It's something very specific. But we don't. But the age of the universe is unknowable. We don't know anything.
That's
Yeah, go ahead. What do you want to say?
I mean that's conflicting to like science discoveries. I don't
No,
know.
no.
It is, bro.
You're not letting me
I
talk, so you can say
I
whatever.
did, I did, I
No, you
did, but
didn't.
okay, so you are trying to explain the redshift like phenomenon, right?
Right. So all we know is that the universe is inflating. So we're assuming that if the universe is currently inflating, then if we run this movie backwards, then the
Yeah.
universe must have been a tiny, tiny, tiny.
Isn't it logical?
I mean, all if we assume if we run the movie backwards, then we end up with a
Yeah.
very tiny universe, 13
Yeah.
point something billion years ago.
Yeah. Isn't it logical?
Isn't it logical?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
but it's
yeah. So okay. So
but we don't know. That's not the beginning. All we know is that if we run the movie backwards, then the
okay.
universe was very dense,
Okay.
13.
So if
But we don't know where it
okay,
came from. We don't
okay,
know.
I get it. I get it.
Mm-hmm.
So my question:
Mm-hmm.
if we run the movie backwards,
Mm-hmm.
we will come into a certain point in time
Mm-hmm.
where the whole universe was just a dense piece of ball, let's
Yeah,
say, right?
exactly. Yeah.
Cool. So,
Mhm.
like, what happened before that
We
piece of dense ball?
we don't know. We
Yeah,
can
but we
only.
know the ball started to exist. Like,
We don't
it
know.
wasn't always
We
there.
don't. No, that's
We
unknowable.
know
No, we don't. That's
using logic.
unknowable.
No, hold on.
No,
Okay, look,
you
let me tell
can't.
you. Let me explain.
You
Okay, let me
can't.
tell you. Hold on, bro. Let me talk. I let you talk. My
Mm,
turn.
yeah, okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this dense ball,
Mm-hmm.
it's now so small,
Mm-hmm.
right? If we go backwards again,
Mm-hmm.
now it doesn't exist. My
Okay, how do
question
you
is,
know that? What's your evidence for that?
that's the basic logic.
Look, basic logic doesn't work. That's what I'm trying to tell you. It's unknowable. The beginning of the universe
Ba-
is unknowable. Basic
0 + 0.
Look, basic logic breaks down when you try to understand the creation of the universe. We cannot understand it, and we will
You
never
don't
understand.
believe in basic. You don't think basic logic always works?
No, basic logic is just our experience. It works in
It's
our
not. It's not.
we don't have any experience with creations of universes, so our logic doesn't seem to apply. As far as I
You
know,
don't. You don't fully believe in the fundamentals, basic laws of logic.
correct. The laws of logic are just our experience. They're not laws. They're just our experience. You can you can summarize your experience in
No,
the.
but when I say, hold
Hmm.
on, when I say
Hmm.
1 + 1 = 2, what does it mean?
That's just your.
That's logic, right?
No, yeah, but that's just your experience.
That's logic. What do you mean? No. Yeah,
Yeah,
my
but
experience. Yeah, but
that's.
hold on. Let me explain. Let me explain. I want you, but just hear me, and I want to hear you.
Hmm.
So 1 + 1 = 2. Now
Hmm.
that's logic, right?
Yeah, but that's just
Oh,
your.
just yeah, hold on. That's
Hmm.
logic. So what does 1 + 1 = 2 even mean? It's like
Hmm.
one unit.
Mm-hmm.
If you add another unit into it,
Mm-hmm.
it becomes 2 units.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically it.
Mm-hmm.
It's a concept. It's not some. It's a concept, right?
No, no, it's just your experience.
It's a,
That's all.
but my experience in what? It's a concept.
I don't know what. Look, it's just your experience. You can call it whatever you want.
Concept. Can you call it a concept
You
though?
can call it whatever you want, but you also have to realize that it's just your experience.
And you're
That
saying my experience is limited, right?
Yeah. hmm You have no experience with the creation of the universe, so you cannot relate to it, and you will never understand the creation. Anyone who'll tell you that they can is lying. So that's how you know that religious people are liars. It's very simple. See, atheists tell you we don't know, it's unknowable. Atheists are truth tellers, and religious people live in lies. That's why it's better to be an atheist. I used to I used to be a
Have you
religious.
have you have you read the Quran?
Yeah, I read the Quran.
Okay, so tell me, why do you think the Quran is false?
I'm not saying that it's true or false. I mean,
Oh, you're saying it's false. You're saying
well,
we are liars.
no, I'm saying I'm not specifically talking about the Quran. I'm saying
Yeah, but you're
religious.
saying religious people are lying. Now, most religious people today are Muslims. Okay. Now, you're saying Muslims are lying. Now, the Islamic fundamental belief is the holy book, which is the Quran. Now, can you falsify it?
I'm not saying specifically that there's anything false in the Quran. I'm saying that religious people.
So, what's stopping it from being from God?
Well, what's your definition of
Could be
God? No.
God is an ultimate. I will tell you, God is an ultimate being. He's the first. He's the last. He's the all powerful, all knowing, the omnipotent. He is all
Okay, let
hearing.
me ask you. Okay, let me
Yeah,
ask
like
you.
the basic characteristics of
Oh,
God.
that's good.
I
That's
think you
good.
know it.
Yeah, yeah. So let me ask you. So is this God measurable? Can we measure?
No, you cannot measure it by science,
Okay. So so you would say this God is unscientific, right?
of course. I mean, what do
Okay.
you mean? What do you mean by unscientific?
Right.
Like, can you measure it?
Exactly.
You can see its effects.
Okay. So it's measurable. So this God,
No, you can see its effects.
fine.
God itself is not measurable, but you can see using like your brain, your logic, like its effects. Like if
No, I
let's
need.
say,
No,
yeah,
is it testable? Is it measurable?
yeah, I would say yes. The Quran.
No, 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 no. I
What do you
mean,
mean? No,
no. What I mean
Quran is
is,
measurable. You can falsify
yeah,
it.
no, no, no. I mean,
What?
let's separate variables.
Well, the Quran is part of God.
Okay, okay, hold on, slow down. Let's separate variables. Let's talk about God separate from the Quran for now.
Okay, okay. So what is your question?
So God is the way you perceive God. Can we measure God like in a
No,
scientific, right?
no.
We cannot. So
Yeah.
something that is unscientific to me doesn't exist. It's a lie. So
Something unscientific, it doesn't exist.
yeah, it's a lie. Therefore, people who claim to believe in God are lying. Therefore, it's better to be an atheist because if you're an atheist, you're truthful. you live with truth. You don't live in a lie. I used to be religious, and
My friend, but
mhm,
so hold on. Let me get this straight.
mhm.
You refuse to accept basic logic,
No,
but you accept science,
well, I don't.
right?
I didn't say I refuse basic logic. I said
You're
basic.
saying it doesn't.
No, I said basic logic is just our experience. Right? Basic
What
logic,
about science? It's
science.
our experiments. So logic is our experience,
Hmm.
and science is our experiment,
Well,
right?
it's our
So
experience too.
both
Yeah.
are limited. Hold on. Yeah, so both are limited. Why do you say you don't accept logic? You say you accept science.
I,
If
I
both are limited.
I didn't say I don't accept logic. I'm just saying
You
I
you, you
go.
did.
No, no, no. I don't. Of course, I don't reject logic. I right
No,
logic.
as an ultimate explanation.
No, it's just look. I don't know what it means. Ultimate. All I have is my
Like
logic.
it works outside of our understanding. Like logic works even outside Earth. Like we with logic we can explain the universe.
Yeah,
You would agree with that?
yeah, but not the creation.
Okay, so something is hold on.
Hmm.
So let me get this straight. So you
Hmm.
said you accept logic now
I always said
fully.
I accept logic. I would never
Good,
deny.
good, good. So
Mm-hmm.
logically,
Mm-hmm.
the universe has to like have a starting point. It has to, right?
No,
Logically, because
no,
the universe it's expanding.
no, no, because I cannot
So okay,
imagine.
logically, okay. Let me put this in another way.
Hmm.
So something cannot exist without anything, right?
We do, that's the same problem. I understand where you're going. Trust me. You're not the first person I'm having this conversation with. It's the same conversation always.
So what is your reply to that?
And I cannot imagine the beginning of the universe. Not with God, not without God. I cannot.
With logic, my friend.
It doesn't matter. I cannot imagine the beginning of the universe. I'm sorry.
No, no. Hold using your logic.
But I can't. Using my logic, I cannot imagine the beginning of the universe. What do you want me to say? I'm sorry. My logic,
Using your logic. Can you imagine something popping out of existence
no,
from nothing?
no.
Good.
Neither,
So now we know that the universe exists, right? We know it exists, right?
yeah. Hmm.
Yeah. So
Hmm.
and it exists without anything before it.
I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. What do you want? What do you want? Where do you
I
want?
want an answer.
I want an answer too, but I don't have an
What?
answer. I don't have an answer.
That's my so my yeah, good. So what
Hmm.
I'm gonna say is
Hmm.
the universe has to have a cause. It has to. There's a cause that caused the universe to pop into existence.
And
Otherwise,
what caused that cause?
perfect. So that cause, because the universe is so might,
Hmm.
so that cause must be so powerful. That's
Hmm.
one.
Hmm.
Now we know that in this universe we have laws of physics. We have like constants in the universe.
Hmm.
So and there's like so complicated. If like what if numbers are off, the
Just
universe wouldn't
what's
exist.
the
And
answer? Just give me the answer. What caused?
I'm explaining. Hold on, I'm explaining. I'm just telling you.
Hmm.
So because of these constants,
Hmm.
the cause must have ultimate knowledge, or at least like
I'm
he must
fine.
be all.
It's okay. I'm fine
Yeah.
with that.
So hold on.
Where?
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to it. I'm
Hmm.
getting to it.
Hmm.
So it's basically God.
Yeah.
It's
Where?
God.
Fine. Where did
It's a
God?
being. It's a
Fine.
being so powerful. So
Yes.
yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. Where did he come from? Right?
That doesn't. It's not. It's not important.
Fine. Oh, look, then yeah, it's called the regression or infinite regression. You've just
But does infinite regression make sense? We need to stop. We cannot go forever.
yeah, fine. And I told you nothing makes sense when it comes.
It does.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense. I'm sorry. It will never make sense. We will never understand where we came from, ever. No one will, ever. Unfortunately, I'm sorry. If you say otherwise, you're lying. You're spreading disinformation. That's evil. You shouldn't do that.
So you said you have read the Quran. What have you
Yes.
read about the Quran?
I don't remember. This is many years ago. Like Solomon was.
Okay, what is the Quran about?
I didn't. I honestly didn't read it cover to cover.
It's not about that. Like what have you read?
I
What do you
don't
remember? There's
remember.
no way you remember.
Many years ago. Many. I'm very old, so it's many years ago. Probably,
Many.
yeah. So I don't remember, but it was not. It was not. To me, it wasn't. Like I don't want to say it was. It doesn't matter. It was a book. Interesting book. I don't even.
Interesting.
I don't know if I would say interesting.
So
If it were interesting, I would have kept
so let's
reading.
say
Go ahead.
I mean
I'm not
I don't know if you
judging.
read it.
You don't know if I read it? No, I didn't read the whole
Yeah,
thing. I
you
read.
don't seem. No, I didn't say the whole thing. I'm just saying I don't think you even read a piece of it.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like
matter.
even a page. What
It
do you mean it
doesn't.
doesn't matter? I mean it does. Like
Let's assume I
what do you
did
mean it
not
doesn't?
read the Quran.
Oh.
What's your point? What do you want to? What do you want to talk about?
If you haven't read the Quran, how can you possibly know that God doesn't exist?
What?
Or that he
Wait,
didn't produce the Quran? How can you know? Because this is my claim.
wait. No, look. So we separated variables. We first discussed the definition of
Yeah,
God.
leave the whole universe thing aside because
Yeah.
you don't want to be logical in it. Like
What?
you want to go to infinite regression, which doesn't make sense. You don't want to explain it. Said we are limited in our knowledge and we
you
cannot explain it. Like
you're misconstruing everything I said. That's not nice. You're being very
so, can you say it
intellectual.
again?
You're being intellectually dishonest. If you're serious, then you're
So
dishonest.
the infinite regression. Explain it.
That's the point that I
So you
cannot
cannot explain it.
exactly.
So I was right.
About what?
My assumptions. You said I'm lying about. Bro.
Mm-hmm.
So let's go into another topic now.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's say ايش نسوي ذا يا اخوان مو طبيعي الفضاوة.
Wait, you speak Farsi?
No, it's Arabic.
Hmm.
You speak Farsi?
No.
What did you say, Farsi?
I thought you were speaking Farsi. I recognize Farsi, but I guess I misheard
Can
you.
you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, we can
You're
hear you.
yelling. You just killed my ears.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in my car.
It's okay.
You good.
What's up?
Nothing. I oh man. I have to go home.
Okay. Oh. Wait.
And I was trying to see what you guys were talking about, you know.
Wait, you
I was just trying
yeah. You believe in God?
Yes.
Are you a Christian?
Yes.
Hmm. So we
Are
would.
you?
No, I'm an atheist. I used to believe, but I no longer believe. Yeah. So, do you believe like where do you stand on Luigi Mangione executing the CEO of United Healthcare Insurance Company? Are you a communist?
I a lot about it. You know, um, me personally, I would say, I think there are people that really hate the healthcare system, and since they hate the healthcare system, they
Mhm.
hate, corporations that are within the healthcare system, right? That kind of take money out of their pockets, when they themselves believe, um, yeah, when they themselves believe that healthcare should be free, so they're mad at the corporations, you know,
Mhm.
that essentially, you know, push their own prices, push their own agendas, and they get very mad at that. And when those people get very mad at that, they take it out in a very unhealthy form.
Mhm.
And that's by what happens, killing
Okay.
the dude.
Mhm. But do you think?
Killing the dude.
Wait, are you Canadian?
No, I'm American.
Wait, so what did you say? Done the dude?
Wait, what?
What did you say? Well, what were your last words? Like done the dude?
I think what they did to the dude, what the guy did to the dude, shot him.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But you're not a supporter of executing CEOs then.
Oh no, of course I'm not. I'm definitely not a supporter of that.
Mhm.
Definitely not.
Mhm.
I don't believe any CEO should be killed or anything of that matter.
Mhm.
I think healthcare should definitely be for free, but I don't think we should go killing CEOs.
Mhm. Wait, do you think healthcare should be free?
Yeah.
So, let's say I want to go live in the hospital. Can I do that?
If you want to go live in the hospital, or are you living in the hospital when there are multiple people that need, care?
Oh, wait, you said it's free. Free means I should be able to go live in the hospital, right?
No,
Wait,
that's
what?
different from
Wait, but
occupancy. If you're hindering occupancy within the hospital, definitely need to leave.
what do you mean? But uh, uh,
Occupancy is like the amount of people that
your connection is bad. You're gone. We oh, we lost you. We lost you, Alician. We lost you, and um, Madhouse and Allison. Who are these people? And you shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free. Interesting. Click to add a note. Okay. I'm gonna give up because you're gone. Um
Take us through the past week. Take us through the past week when you found a TikTok.
Yeah.
That confirmed he was cheating on you. So take us through what happened.
So the TikTok was interesting because the TikTok wasn't the reason we actually broke up. We broke up. I feel we broke up the day before. 2 days prior.
Wait, this is Fresh and Fit? Oh, he's watching them. Oh, okay.
Actually, saw TikTok. He called.
So then why the fuck do you care about what he was doing in that? Let's see. Let's see what she got to say.
When he was coming back from Australia, and I was supposed to meet him in his city, and I had kind of been ghosted. Like there was no flight information.
He's an amazing investigator. He as far as picking up chicks, I don't think he knows how to pick up chicks or anything else. But as far as being an investigator, he is amazing. Legally, he is incredible.
There was no transportation. Normally, like we would go back and forth with our flights because I don't need no man. So yeah, I would get my own travel a lot of the time, and we would switch back and forth on who paid for flights. And so it was his turn to get me a flight, and I hadn't been sent a flight yet. And I was like confused. I was like, hey, I'm supposed to be coming. And he's like, yeah, I'll get it. Never got it. And then that night, December 10th, he was flying back. He's like, I have to like talk to you. And so the next day comes, he talks to me on the phone, and we essentially, you know, you're breaking up with someone, but like, you know when there's something up. And so broke up over the phone. And then he asked if he could come see me in New York the next day. And I was like, okay. So he flew to New York the next day for like an hour to talk to me. And I did ask, did something happen in Australia? Is there somebody else? Did you cheat? And granted, I know men don't like to, and this is all how I feel. He may feel like he told his truth, and that's okay. This is what I feel.
His truth. Bro, it's so, like, when you listen to the womanese and the yap, and you talk to as much women as I have.
Nell K. Groupie realized she'll never get taken seriously by men. What? What are you talking about? Because of one breakup? What are you insane?
You're just like
because of one breakup? What? Why would you say this? Why are you? I mean, the only way is through projection. That you have some mental issue that you don't take women seriously.
Holy fuck, man.
This is what I asked. I did ask if there's somebody else that asked something happened. But here's my opinion. For someone that had healthy communication the entire relationship, where never raised our voices at each other, never even had more than just like a little disagreement on some things. Like there was never any like fighting ever. So like even something that happened, you know, you talk it out.
We're bumping this up to 1.5 chat.
So I kind of expected like someone that like always was able to tell me things. If you do something, just tell me, and like I will accept it, and I wouldn't have done it.
Yeah, you don't have a choice because you're a 304. Here's the thing.
You're 304. I don't know why they say 304 instead of, you know, saying what do you want to say, that she sleeps around? Don't you sleep around? What's wrong with sleeping around?
Think about hoes, all right, guys?
What do you mean hose? Well, what's your definition of a hoe?
Women that are promiscuous or women that have a past still feel as though they are entitled to the best man in the world. I want to one more time for you guys to understand this shit, right? Girls, right, that have a promiscuous.
What's with the soundboard? This guy uses soundboards?
Past, a shady past that do strange shit or hoes.
What are you talking about? Shady hoes? What are you talking about?
Still feel as though they are entitled to the top tier men. And
what do you mean entitled? What are you talking about? Okay, this is
they feel as though they're entitled to monogamy, to a good.
Yeah, well, what are you talking about? Wow, I mean, what do you mean entitled? That's if that's what she's looking for. I don't even think she said she's looking for monogamy. It's like maybe he's looking for monogamy. She didn't look for monogamy. She didn't say, hey, he cheated. It's not like she broke up because he cheated. He broke up because he cheated. So he's looking for monogamy. Sounds like he is a serious guy. What are you talking about? Everything you're saying is wrong.
Boyfriend to a stable relationship, and the reality is I'm here to tell you, you don't deserve it.
You don't deserve it? What does that mean? What does it mean to deserve? I don't know what that means.
You're not entitled to it. And quite frankly,
this guy is so funny. Like everything he's saying is so wrong. Oh my god. Like, can't you get something right?
I'll go a step further. Y'all don't deserve a family. Y'all don't deserve happiness. Why? Because you guys went ahead and fumbled the most important thing that you guys have, which is what? Your virtue. Okay?
What? She's not virtuous? What is? I don't know what that means, but what's your evidence? What are you talking about? You're just saying words. What are you talking about?
There's a reason why since the beginning of time men have valued women that are virgins. Why? Because
virgins? Why? Yeah, okay. Men have valued women that are virgins? Is that true? I mean, maybe in the days. Yeah, I mean, I guess. I mean, there used to be times when there's not enough men, then, men can be selective. When there's not enough women, then women can be selective. It depends.
It defines.
Like in China right now, there's very few women. There's a ratio of few women. I think in the West. Hello.
Hey.
Oh, you're back. Yeah.
Yeah, my phone died.
Really? So I noticed in your profile it says, "And ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free."
Yes, amen.
Isn't it? And the truth shall set you free?
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
No, it says make you free, but it's fine.
Yeah, set, make.
Yeah.
You're being free.
Yeah. Yeah.
You're becoming free.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you.
Make. But make sounds more like definite. Like make sounds more like, I don't know how to explain it. Like it will happen. Like I don't know. Make just sounds like it will happen, and I love that. Like make, it will make you free. Boom.
How does the truth, and what is the truth?
The truth is the truth of God.
But what is God? Is God scientific?
No, God's not scientific. God transcends scientists. Science.
Okay. So how can I know that there is
God is the Father. God is the Father. He is the creator, right, of all things.
How do you?
That's who God is.
How can I know that? Maybe that's a lie. How would I know?
Well, you can know that by actually seeking God, right? Seeking Him and His Word. And once you come to the knowledge of seeking the Word and seeking the things of Him, then you will understand Him.
I
It says, seek and you shall find.
I used to believe in God, but I don't remember. But I guess slowly or quickly, I don't know. But I lost my faith. So
Have you ever questioned why did you lose your faith?
I think it happened. I think maybe I just don't remember when it happened.
No, not when. Why?
I don't remember the process that I went through to lose my faith in God. I'm trying to remember. I remember when I lost my faith in the Bible, when I realized the Bible, it might have been at the same time, I guess, that I realized the Bible is wrong. There's a mistake. That's like the first time I discovered a mistake in the Bible. So I think I realized there is no God. I'm assuming.
You know that people have tried to take away from the Bible and add into the Bible. That does not mean God is not real. That just means the actions of people are trying to make you think that God is not real.
No one has ever tried to convince me one or the other.
No, it's not like trying. Like, okay, what I'm saying here is that if you understand that people throughout history have tried to take away and add it to the Bible, therefore they're trying to manipulate your viewpoint away from God. That's what I'm trying to say here. Instead, when you see it, like that's why we as Christians need to have discernment of the scriptures. Because nowadays you can't just go buy any type of Bible. You have to search the word. And if you feel in your heart this is not part of the word of God, then you ask God for guidance.
Okay, but look, if the God is not scientific, meaning cannot be tested, measured, experienced, in a scientific way, like in a laboratory and telescope, whatever, then it
How do you measure such a being? That doesn't make sense.
like every being can be measured. Like if I want to know if you
No, you cannot measure the sun.
yeah, I can. Why not? Of course, I can measure the sun.
So if you can't measure the sun, how do you think you can measure God?
Who says I cannot measure the sun? Who's stopping me from measuring?
Nobody has ever measured the sun. That's impossible.
What? I don't even know what you mean by that.
What do you mean?
But
Measure. Do you know what measuring is?
I mean, you can measure the sun by looking at it, and
Nobody has ever measured the sun,
What do
my
you-
friends. Nobody will ever measure the sun. The sun is obviously the formation of the sun
Mhm.
and also the contents of the sun. Since it's very hot, you are not able to measure the sun. And for one, like if you can't measure that, how do you think you can measure God?
I don't know what you mean. I cannot measure the sun. Like one way of measure.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm saying, okay, find me a person that has ever measured the sun.
Like I've measured the sun. I've looked at the sun, and I can tell you the sun. Like I felt its heat. It's hot, so that's a measurement.
And what unit?
Like, is it hot or cold? The answer is hot. It's hotter than
What's the
ice.
unit? What's the unit of measurement that you use to measure the sun?
I know there's no units. I was in the sun. When you're exposed to the sun, you feel that it's burning you, and right compared to when you're not in the sun. So that's a measurement. That's experiential. We can experience the sun. As far as I'm concerned, I can look at it and burn.
I guess. Wait, I'm gonna move up real quick.
Okay. I'll move up. I'll move up. I'll move up. Oh my god. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Let's see what else is up. Okay.
Hi, everyone. I work at a bagel shop. I am 28 years old.
Good.
And I'm an aspiring mathematician.
That's good.
As the video says. So that's an interesting intro, and I hope to give a little bit of background on myself and what I'm hoping to get out of this channel. So I guess my math journey really kind of started in college. I liked math and was decent at it, and found myself on the way to majoring in it. And there came a point where math became more creative. I was always just the way in which I did it was just follow steps and memorize, and I was fine at that. It was all right, but there wasn't as much understanding. My partner was studying abroad at the Budapest semesters in mathematics, and I visited her, and that experience was very formative in my math journey. Most everyone there really, really enjoyed math, and they would go to cafes and be there for hours solving math problems together, and that was fun. And there was joy in it, and it was so creative, and just really the way of being of pretty much everyone there was so intriguing to me. And so I came back, and I took later that in the next semester I took pretty much my first upper level math class, abstract algebra, and just tried to think about what I saw in Budapest, and I was more creative than I had been in that class than I had in any other class. And it was really kind of my first time of experiencing that creativity in math, because I always had this impression in my head, it was a lot about memorization and just kind of following what other people were doing, regardless of what people said. At a certain point, I think you do need to understand more. But that was the point where I saw math more as something beautiful and like an art form, and something that you really work at and see the improvement. And that got me really excited. After college, I taught at a boarding school, and I taught math because I had this idea that I had this understanding. I saw how math could be beautiful, and I kind of wanted to share that. And I get there, and it was not that at all. I had a really hard time teaching. I learned just how important it is. The connecting with the students is just as important as the material. And I felt I couldn't get around both of those. I couldn't, the material I was given was just these kind of older textbooks, what I had learned out of in school, nothing new. And I wasn't really that inspired by it. I couldn't figure out how to translate this spark of a feeling that I felt, in Budapest and in taking abstract algebra in this class. And so I had a hard time. But the one, not the one, but a big light in that whole situation was the beginning of this channel. And the reason why I started this channel was actually an encounter with a student who was in the Math Olympiad summer program. And I learned a bit about that test and the types of problems on that test. And I saw it was kind of a way for younger students to experience understanding in math and to get at that beauty. It wasn't about memorizing. It wasn't about, just copying down. It was those problems I felt kind of seemed to push younger students to understand more. And he was quite good. He had an appreciation of math. And I learned a bit about the test from him. And just to see a high school student that was so interested in math and wanted to take math further in college and really had an appreciation for it, not just doing it because he was good at it. He wanted to do it. I thought that was phenomenal. And it reignited this spark.
A sovereign citizen. A sovereign citizen, for those of you that don't know, in very diluted terms.
It's fantastic. They think that they're like modern mages. They say the right words, right? Yeah, if they think they say the right words, like automatically you'll just like not be prosecuted.
I've never represented a sovereign citizen, but
because they represent themselves.
For some reason, then you probably come across something known as a sovereign citizen. A sovereign citizen, for those of you that don't know, in very diluted terms.
It's fantastic. They think that they're like modern mages. They think they say the right words, right? Yeah, if they think they say the right words, like automatically you'll just like not be prosecuted.
I've never represented a sovereign citizen, but
because they represent themselves.
But I have seen them in court a couple times. And one time they actually had to bring in like all the court officers and like the white shirts who are like the captains or whatever, because the guy was like freaking out because he didn't accept the jurisdiction of the judge in the courtroom. It was pretty sick. Honestly.
So you
nothing,
did
nothing but respect.
You saw someone say, "I challenge the jurisdiction of this court. I can only be tried in an Emerald Maritime Court."
Yeah, he said like that. He was kind of saying like, "You do not have domain over my body, like the person of my body," or something. They say crazy shit that doesn't make any sense.
No, that's like ancient text, dude. That's magic.
Yeah,
you don't understand.
I'm actually
what did you go to fucking law school? Okay, you don't understand the law, dude.
That's not the true law.
They went to a very different law school.
The school of hard knocks.
Yeah, exactly. They learned in the streets. They're amazing.
Is someone who believes they do not have to abide by the rules of the country that they live in because they themselves are not a member of the country they live in and instead are just these lonely vagrants who exist to walk across the earth or something. What that tends to mean in practice is sovereign citizens get into all kinds of hijinks with anything that involves a court case or a police officer or authority in general. So if you're also like me, you've probably been watching these guys and wondering, where do they get all this? Like if you listen to the phrases that a lot of them repeat, sure, it may sound crazy, but there is a methodology to it. A lot of them will use the same terms and tactics and seem to follow a similar curriculum to get out of trouble. So I made the foolish mistake of finding out what these sovereign citizens are all about. And I came across not only a group of people who don't like the cops very much, but a group of people who have their own conspiracy theories, understanding of history, and in some cases, religion. And it was all way too weird to not talk about, so that's what I'm going to do today. I'm going to talk about the history of sovereign citizens, primarily in the United States and some of their effects in other countries as well. We're going to talk about their weird and wacky version of American history, some of their more outlandish conspiracy theories, why they think that can get them out of legal settings, and sadly, some real-world tragedies that have resulted because of their beliefs. A couple things I want to mention really quick before we...
I don't think they can get out of any legal setting. I've never seen a sovereign citizen successfully evade law enforcement by...
They just get tased.
Yeah, they almost always get their ass beat. Like, I mean, it's kind of funny. It's a very much like let them fight type situation because they also have like a multitude of other weird right-wing libertarian beliefs as well. But I've genuinely never seen a successful instance of I mean, I guess like First Amendment auditors sometimes do because they're not like doing anything. It's just they're being annoying to a cop in a way where it's like they're still abiding by the law. So that's, I guess, like valid. But if they've actually done something wrong, I'm not driving, I'm traveling. Yeah, it's great.
Get started. For one, the merchandise sale that I talked about in the last video, the profits of which are going to the Appalachian Rebuild Project. Those items are still for sale at the link in the description below. So get it on the wall you can. Thank you all so much for the support you've shown already. I haven't asked to see the official numbers because they'll probably make me cry, but I'm sure it's a lot. Thank you all very much for that. Speaking of charity, in a couple of days on Friday, December 6th, I will be live on Jimmy Here's Twitch stream as the are going to have all the video game competition in order to raise money for Gamers Outreach, charity that provides game stations and other things for kids to play with in children's hospitals. It'll be a great time where I definitely won't kill Jimmy here live on his own Twitch channel, but just aside, it is just something to try to make the holidays a little bit more special for people who really need it. So the link to both Jimmy's Twitch as well as the Tiltify link where you can donate early. We have like donate stuff if that's donated. So check us out in the link in the description if you're interested in whatever you can watch. Thank you very much. I promise you that us as well as kids appreciate it. With all that out of the way, you're excited to hear about crazy, kooky, and sometimes sad world of sovereign citizens. Stick around after the sponsor as we get into it. It's almost certainly a bad decision, but hey, not your dad. Did you know else is a bad idea? Being unhealthy. And trust me, I understand that eating what you're not supposed to is often far easier than eating what you are supposed to. So ensure that I need. I trust the brand that keeps sending me merchandise I refuse to stop wearing. And of course is AG1. AG1 is your easy one-stop shop that includes your multivitamins, vitamin treatment, and probiotics from one of these sponsorships. Podcast. You're testing to ensure you take care of it.
No.
And right now,
DoorDash guy, I will call Hokel's hotline. The Hokel hotline. This is a tradition, isn't it? Like ordering like Chinese food.
So he could do it real.
Well, that's right. Get in on all of this for free with your first subscription. And the link in the description to get it. Drink AG1. Always, thank you for watching. So I'm excited to get into all the weird and wacky conspiracies of sovereign citizens, but for any of that to make sense, we have to start with their history.
Should we do Asian food?
Sure.
Should we do Sanandong?
Is that place?
The bucket?
Yeah.
The Chinese food is excellent. Brother, video just
fine.
Okay. Oh my god. I'm about to go like some of the best Asian food of like Asian cuisine, or was it general? Yeah. Melbourne and LA go hand in hand for Asian food? Yeah.
Wait,
dude, rude. Chat's immediately saying March says 2 months. Annoyed? I mean, I never get annoyed. An imposition at all. What the fuck? No, it's too much. Nutella a little it's not gonna have it.
History dates back to at least the 1970s. Now, not like pre-1970 government protest was unheard of. The group I want to talk about today seems to originate from the Posse Comitatus, Latin for force of the county. The Posse came off of an old...
Oh my god, is that Sam Altman next to Hassan Abi? That is the major disrespect. It's anti-Semitic as well. Did you see that tweet where someone was like, you know shit's serious when they bring out the twink to make a announcement, and then Sam Altman replied to it. I was like, what are you saying? Low-key kind of anti-Semitic? Yeah, it is. All right, Posse Comitatus.
Kind of frontier.
What's the validity for this, sir? You're the lawyer. Did you just look up what Sam Altman looks like real quick? You don't know what he looks like? He's the fucking AI guy.
Why? I don't have a picture of
He's the AI twink.
him in my phone.
It's an idea that sheriffs had the right to create posses in order to enact frontier justice when need would arise.
Oh,
Around
yeah.
1971, groups in the United States began to use that name in order to do things that weren't exactly frontier justice. Most of the founders of the posse seem to originate from something known as the Christian Identity Movement. The Christian Identity Movement is far right that began to pop up after World War II in the United States. That effectively believes the Jews as we know them today are not the actual chosen people or
Oops. Why are you backing away? This is the anti-Semite of the year, dude. What are you talking about?
You're gonna win.
I lost to Candace Owens.
What?
Yeah, she won because they have a track record over there of only picking people of color.
Whoa.
Usually just women of color. The only year where they like actually chose an anti-Semite was this year and 2 years ago when they chose Kanye.
Whoa.
Every other year it's just been a woman of color who is not an anti-Semite at all.
So what, you think that a woman of color can't do the job, Hassan?
Yeah, no, I think women of color can be very anti-Semitic, as evidenced by Candace Owens. But I think the Long Island woman who runs that account got so horny to. What?
This looks familiar. I think, don't you have a frame? You have a frame of this in your bathroom. I think.
Alex, stop, dude. I'm gonna get fucking canceled. Yeah, when you were. Yeah.
Israelites of God from the Old Testament, and instead, the true chosen people of God are white Europeans. Or in other words, history has been rewritten and hidden from us in order to hide the divinity of the Holy White. As you can imagine, this encourages not only the distrust of ethnic groups, but a distrust of governments that are keeping all this secret in the first place. One of these Christian identity members was a man named William Potter Gale. During World War II, Gale served as one of General MacArthur's personal staff, and after the war, became an Episcopalian minister. There are several Christian identity members who are credited with starting the posse, commentators, whatever, but Gale's often the one who is declared the founder of it. The main concept behind the posse is that there is no legitimate government beyond the county level. Again, going back to the Latin translation being force of the county. So because of that, the posse began to encourage its members to reject all forms of higher level government. So any government forms, things from driver's license to birth certificates to money and especially taxes, should be rejected. While this might have tipped a few heads in law enforcement at the time, the posse wasn't big enough to cause a nationwide panic, at least not yet. Gale was eventually arrested in 1987 over a whole host of tax-related crimes. That's going to be a common.
Okay, this is interesting.
It's Professor Dave. I want to teach you linear algebra.
He knows a lot about all kinds of stuff. Professor Dave explains.
Now that we are past calculus, it's time to begin to tackle some more advanced concepts in mathematics. And the subject that is typically studied in an undergraduate math curriculum after several semesters of calculus is linear algebra. This may sound unintimidating because we already know a lot about lines, and we wrapped up our study of algebra quite a bit earlier in the series. Indeed, in a certain sense, linear algebra is based on very simple concepts, but over the next few tutorials, we will expand upon these concepts to arrive at some incredible fundamental truths about mathematics that we weren't ready to understand before. But first things first, let's start with the basics. At its core, linear algebra is all about linear equations. Linear equations have a lot of real-world applications since so many things have linear relationships, whether in science, engineering, or even economics. Linear equations are a very basic kind of equation, which take the form y equals mx plus b. We learned many things about linear equations when we studied algebra, and we will assume that this information is already known. So if at any point you feel you need a refresher, go back to that portion of the series. To put things into a larger context, we may wonder, why is it that linear equations are so omnipresent with so many applications? The reason is that linear equations embody a happy medium of simplicity and complexity. If we go simpler, looking at the simplest possible function, f of x equals some constant c, this is a line at y equals c, having a constant value no matter what the input. This is unlikely to solve too many problems in the real world. On the other side, we can look at a quadratic function, f of x equals ax squared plus bx plus c. As we remember from algebra, solving these can be a little bit tricky, and if we look at cubic or quartic functions, or functions of higher degree still, things get quite a bit trickier. Linear equations are right in the middle, not too simple, not too complicated, which actually end up modeling a lot of real-world relationships. To see how much structure we can get from linear equations, consider the following example. Say we need to buy some milk, and we have y dollars. Milk costs m dollars per gallon, so how many gallons of milk can we get? That's easy. We just set up the equation y equals mx. M dollars per gallon times the x gallons we can afford will equal y, the money we have. If m is $2 per gallon and y is $10, since we have $10, 10 divided by 2 is 5, and x equals 5. We can get 5 gallons of milk with our $10. Now let's step things up a little. Perhaps we also need to get some orange juice. Let's say that M1 is the cost of milk per gallon, and X1 is the number of gallons of milk we get. M2 is the cost of orange juice per gallon, and X2 is the number of gallons of orange juice we get. Y1 is the amount of money we have, and so Y1 will equal M1 X1 plus M2 X2. All of a sudden, there are infinitely many options for what to do, as there are infinite combinations of X1 and X2 that will satisfy this equation. We could buy no orange juice and lots of milk, or we could buy no milk and lots of orange juice. Or more likely, we could buy some combination of milk and orange juice, but we can choose any value for one of these and then calculate the other. Now let's throw another parameter in there. Let's say we can only carry Y2 pounds of stuff home with us. Milk weighs W1 pounds per gallon, and orange juice weighs W2 pounds per gallon. That means that Y2 equals W1 X1 plus W2 X2. Now we need values for X1 and X2 that satisfy both equations simultaneously. So things are starting to get a little more complicated, but let's note that each of these is still a linear equation. This means that everywhere we see X, it is not being raised to any exponent. But since there is more than one equation, we can call this a system of linear equations. As you can probably guess, we will be looking at all kinds of different systems of linear equations as we study linear algebra. For this reason, let's get some basic definitions and terminology out of the way regarding linear equations. From now on, we will consider a linear equation to be any equation in the form a1x1 plus a2x2 plus a3x3 all the way to anxn equals b. So as we can see from the ellipses, there can be any number of terms of this type, depending on the value of n, and their sum will equal some constant. The a terms are coefficients of any type, and the x terms are not all x. They are actually all different variables. They could be a, b, c, and so forth, or more commonly, x, y, and z if there are just 3. The main thing that must be true is that none of the variables are raised to any exponent. Otherwise, it would no longer be a linear equation. It would be a quadratic or cubic or something else. Also, there are no roots, no trigonometric functions. None of the other more complicated functions we have learned are going to be involved here. In addition, none of the variables are involved in products or quotients with each other. There is just a series of individual terms involving a coefficient times a variable. So in that sense, systems of linear equations are very simple. They get complex in other ways, namely due to the fact that if we have three equations involving three variables, as is shown here, we will have to use certain techniques to solve this system. A solution to a system of linear equations will have as many values in it as there are variables in the system. In other words, we need a value for each variable that will make all of the equations true at the same time. And there is no limit to the number of variables or equations in a system. So that is the sense in which systems of linear equations can get very complicated, despite the fact that each individual equation is extremely simple. But at first, we will look at very simple systems, some that are as simple as two equations with two unknowns, which we learned how to solve when we studied algebra. Take something like 3x1 minus x2 equals -6, and -2x1 minus x2 equals 0. We can take x1 and x2 to be the same thing as x and y, so we can just solve these for y and graph the lines. We will get y equals 3x plus 6 and y equals -2x. If one line is all the points that satisfy one equation and the other line is all the points that satisfy the other equation, then the point at which they intersect is the solution for the linear system, as the coordinates of that point give us the x1 and x2 values that satisfy both equations in the system. If we go through the algebra, we would arrive at -6/5 for x1 and 12/5 for x2, and that's the unique solution to the system. If we had two lines that were parallel, there would be 0 solutions to the system. And if the two equations were different ways of expressing the same line, there would be infinitely many solutions to the system, as we recall from algebra. When a system has at least one solution, we say the system is consistent. And when a system has no solution, we say that the system is inconsistent. But we don't have to stop with two dimensions corresponding to two variables. We will frequently see three variables. And if we have equations, each with an x1 term, x2 term, and x3 term, which can correspond to x, y, and z, these could each correspond with a plane, such as with this system of three equations. We can draw the three planes and see where they intersect, in this case at a singular point. And the coordinates of this point represent the solution to the system. We could also have an entire line be a solution to this kind of system, or a whole plane if all three equations describe the same plane, both of which would yield infinite solutions. Or we could have three parallel planes, and therefore 0 solutions. It doesn't stop there. We could have 4 equations and 4 variables, and that transcends our ability to represent things geometrically, so we will have to figure out other ways to conceive of such a system. At this point, it is clear that a big part of linear algebra will involve learning certain tools and techniques that will allow us to solve systems of linear equations, which can help us solve real-world problems that are much more alluring than how much milk and orange juice we can get at the store. One tool that we will be using constantly in order to solve these problems is something called matrix notation. So let's move forward and learn about matrices now. Thanks for watching, guys. Subscribe to my channel for more tutorials. Support me on Patreon so I can keep making content. And as always, feel free to email me, professordaveexplains@gmail.com.
He is honestly a brilliant explainer. Like, I've never heard anyone explain linear algebra so well. This is really good stuff. Definitely recommended.
By now, you've probably heard about Honey. You know, the browser extension that saves you money.
Do you have Honey installed?
What's Honey?
Oh, no.
Honey.
Honey is a free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
Free browser extension.
That automatically applies coupon codes when you check out online.
Free money, basically.
It's literally free money.
It doesn't make sense to not be using this.
What's the catch?
There is no catch.
Join Honey, join Honey, join Honey.
Honey. Yeah, I hate to break it to you, but your favorite influencers sold you a lie. Honey is a scam, and the majority of claims promoted by those influencers aren't even remotely true. But it gets worse. Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer. They've also been stealing money from influencers, including the very ones they pay to promote their product. And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe the scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars. Sound crazy? Well, I didn't believe it at first either, until I experienced it myself firsthand. In fact, I'm confident this might just be the biggest influencer scam of all time, which is insane considering Honey is owned and run by PayPal, who purchased this company for $4 billion. This 3-part series is the result of a multi-year investigation where I believe I've uncovered signs of advertising fraud, affiliate fraud, the illegal collection of personal data, deception, lies, coercion, extortion, the list goes on. I've reviewed hundreds of documents, adverts, sponsorships. I've reviewed emails between Honey and merchants, interviewed victims. Believe me, this runs deep. Now, I want to be clear. The views, allegations, and conclusions expressed in the series are my opinions, based on evidence I have gathered, which will be shared throughout. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Honey Trap. Now, I know what you're thinking. It's a free browser extension. How bad could it be? Well, trust me, it's far more sinister than you might think. You know what they say, if a product's free, it's likely you're the product. And as you'll find out later in this investigation, that remains true for PayPal Honey. Now, like most people, I too fell for the lies. I mean, what's not to love about a free browser extension that saves you money? It's a compelling product. And with the endorsement from what feels like every single popular influencer on YouTube, it's no wonder millions of people downloaded it. Ironically, the very influencers promoting Honey seemingly had no idea the company was quietly picking.
I want to make sure that I subscribe to these influencers.
A lot of people in my circle know about my struggles with mental health, but I wanted to open up about it here and see if there's any input that people could give, or anyone else that has a similar struggle, just to see if people can relate. Here's my story. I'm not going to give all the details of my story, obviously, because of personal reasons, but I wanted to give the basic layout of it. So I've been struggling with mainly depression and anxiety for the past 9 years. It started when I was 17 years old. I was going through some stuff at home, and you know, I was so depressed I couldn't even speak at the dinner table. It was pretty bad. I tried therapy, but I didn't like it that much at the time. I kind of just dealt with the struggles that I was going through on my own. I didn't really open up about it until later on. And when I was 18 and went to college, I started going through some social isolation in college. And that's when I turned to the university mental health services there, because I was just completely alone in college. I went far away. I was far away from home, a plane ride away. And I couldn't make a lot of friends in college for whatever reason. Fast forward a year or so later, the depression and anxiety got so bad that I had to take a semester off from college. And I just remember being so down and depressed, struggling with the coursework in a STEM degree.
I just didn't have anyone. I talked it over with some of my close friends, family, and my psychiatrist and therapist, and we decided that it'd be best to take a semester off because of how depressed I was. I couldn't do my schoolwork at all. And then, so I took the semester off, and there was actually, during the semester off, I actually ended up in the hospital because of how depressed I was. That was, a voluntary admittance to the hospital, because after that, I, from the hospital, tried to work through some of my depression and anxiety a little more. I just feel like it's really a blessing that I even finished college because of how much I struggled mentally. I ended up going to an IOP during college. There were a few times I was in an IOP, intensive outpatient program, where you don't stay in a hospital, but you basically go to a program with group and individual sessions. With this for 9 years now, since I was 17 years old, and I've been pretty much on antidepressants and anti-anxiety, but I don't know if I could ever be okay without them. But that's how bad my depression and anxiety can get without them. I've tried reducing the meds a few times, and that basically just led to emotional breakdowns. I just, in my situation, I'm just glad that I have a few people that I can trust, a few people that I can talk to about this stuff. I'm going to therapy still. I'm still taking my medication. I'm seeing a psychiatrist. So I'm doing all that I can, really. I exercise. I take walks every day. I do what I love. And, going back to college, actually, if it wasn't for rap music, if it wasn't for being able to make music and express myself during those tough times in college, I don't know where I'd be at this time right now. I don't know what would have happened in my life, because it got me through those tough times. And even though it brought my grades down a little bit, because I was so absorbed in the music that it sort of took away from all my homework and studying, it really, made me who I am today. And to be quite honest, it pretty much saved my life. That's the reason why I actually have, 2 tattoos on my chest. One being a microphone. I can actually show you. So that's the microphone. It says "Never give up" on it, and it has wires that go around in an infinity sign. And it's to remind me that music basically helped me through everything, and I wouldn't be here without it, pretty much. And then I have one here. The quote is from Bob Marley: "One good thing about music, when it hits you, you feel no pain." And it's a heart made out of music notes underneath with I guess you could say sort of EKG signals around it. That's pretty much has similar meaning to the microphone. My heart is pretty much only beating at this point because of music. Music saved my life. So
Good stuff. So I mean, sounds like he's gonna be fine. Hopefully.
The other day, I did something that I try to do every year, and that is I donated to Wikipedia. And sometimes I catch myself thinking, what did we do before we had Wikipedia? Because obviously, I'm going to be 45 years old this year. I remember before Wikipedia. I remember before Wikipedia existed. And I also remember before Wikipedia kind of achieved its current status in our culture, especially the culture of those of us who spend a lot of time online, when Wikipedia was kind of a joke. It was kind of one of those, like before people made fun of large language models for getting things wrong, they made fun of Wikipedia articles for getting things wrong, for having bad information. But I feel like Wikipedia has outlived that reputation. And most people know, especially most of us who use Wikipedia on a relatively regular basis, we know that Wikipedia and the information in the many, many articles that it has.
Intuitionist mathematics. I have very mixed feelings about this. It's an idea that requires abandoning our
Spooky Corina.
What's this channel about? Is this about Luigi?
Yeah. How do you know?
Because it says economic freedom.
How is that Luigi?
Does it have anything to do with Luigi?
Yeah, it was initially named Luigi is a disinformed communist.
A misinformed communist?
Disinformed communist. Yeah.
Disinformed.
Yeah.
What's the difference between misinformation and disinformation?
The intent. Disinformation, you intend to spread wrong information. Misinformation, it's unintentionally that you spread wrong information. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
There's also malinformation. But
I mean, technically, yeah. I don't know, because capitalism is beneficial, and I feel like if we actually had done it the correct way and not had any monopolies or trusts, I feel like we'd have a very different America and a very different capitalistic world in general. I feel like things would have been differently, but this is kind of the reality that we're living in, unfortunately, and you can't stop it. Two wrongs don't make a right.
So If you could fix the economy, what would you do?
If I could, if I had the ability to fix the economy, like if I had like omnipotent power to be able to fix the economy,
Mm-hmm.
I would go back in time,
Mm-hmm.
and I would make it so that capitalism did not have monopolies or trust the way it was supposed to be. So
Mm-hmm.
when we started seeing that happen, instead of like waiting until here we are, um, less than 300 years later, if we didn't wait until now to start killing people who are in higher ups and we did it before, back when it was actually okay, then I feel like things would be different. Because I feel like that would be the only way to be able to stop people with money is by killing them. In the
Mm-hmm.
past, now
Mm-hmm.
it won't do anything. But in the
Mm-hmm.
past, that was the only thing you had. You know, you wanted to end a king's rule, you would kill him.
Mm-hmm. Um. So
I mean, it's
you.
wrong back then. It's still wrong, but that would be the only way.
Mm. So you. But you don't think what Luigi did makes sense?
I don't think what he did. I mean, I think it makes sense. I think that it sparked an outcry of like people saying like, okay, we don't have to follow with this.
Okay.
I
So
don't.
should we go on killing more
I think it was
CEOs?
smart.
W-
I don't think so. I don't
What?
think so. I don't
Why
think
not?
anybody should die. Well, because these people are just playing a video game. They're just trying to make the most of their money. Just like the rest of us, we're being deceived into thinking that this is the way things should be in order for us to be happy and
Mm-hmm.
enlightened and all of these things. You know, they're being just as deceived as we are by this whole game that we fabricated of, you know, having to live in the society that we do. We shouldn't even be living like this. We're not meant to be so sedentary. That's why we have so many back problems, and that's why like in countries where you have people who walk around a lot and aren't necessarily commuting have significantly less obesity than ones that do.
Mm-hmm. Wait. So you're saying we should or should not execute more CEOs?
I don't think it would do anything. I don't think it would benefit. I don't think it would actually make a difference. Um I don't think that we should,
Mm-hmm.
but if like it with morality, but if we do, it might be beneficial. I'm not sure. I don't know. It could be beneficial, could not be beneficial. Having
Mm-hmm.
Trump as president could be beneficial, could not be beneficial.
Mm-hmm.
Things are up in the air.
Mm-hmm. But you said that if you could go back in time, you would kill people.
If me personally, no. I think that like we would need to orchestrate it. I mean, inevitably, if it was my choice, then
Mm-hmm.
sure, you know.
Then,
Then
then
I guess it would be me. But I mean like in the past. I mean,
why in the past yes, but today no?
well, cause like I mean, if you go back in time and you get the opportunity to be able to kill Hitler, would you do it? And I'm not trying to attribute like CEOs to Hitler's. I'm attributing like the result of death of because capitalism causes a lot of deaths as well. And like trusts and monopolies in the past caused a lot of deaths as well. So in the past, if you killed some of those people that like started trusts, actually, I mean, I don't even know if that would do anything. I don't. It still would have happened. Greed plagues human society. Honestly, it wouldn't even accomplish anything.
What are you trying to accomplish? I'm not following. What?
What I'm trying to accomplish is making it so that originally capitalism didn't have monopolies and it didn't have trust, because that's how it was supposed to be, and we would not have everything owned by these capitalistic um, monopolies if if we had done it the right way, is what I'm saying. And so I'm trying to propose a way in which we could have stopped that from happening. And my original proposition was that we could just kill people to send a message, but then that also isn't two wrongs. It still can be like you still have the same morality that you do today. Two wrongs still don't make a right, just because it was 300 plus years ago, or 200 plus years ago. Back when monopolies and trusts were slowly developing.
Okay, but
So I'm trying to find a new proposition, and so that's what I'm explaining to you.
mhm. Wait, but what's wrong with monopolies?
Um, Monopolies just consume.
Well,
Because, like, okay, I mean, because when you're like a monopoly is like a giant, like, you know those video games you used to play when you're younger, and it used to be like this giant blob that you would run around the world and slowly keep consuming everything. That's basically what a monopoly is like. Once you get something else big in there, you're only going to get bigger, and then by then you're just going to be able to keep consuming all of the other big things. It's just a big giant consuming blob. It never ends. That's why you see all of these companies like Mars, Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola's Coca-Cola even has a company that owns them as well. Everybody is owned by an actual small amount of big capitalistic companies, with all of these sub companies making you believe that you have choice, that all of these companies are different, but in reality they're all owned by one major corporation. So
wait,
I mean, it is a giant blob. It's consuming everything.
wait. I'm not understanding what's wrong. Okay, what is a monopoly? And what?
A monopoly
Mhm.
A monopoly is a business that buys out other businesses in the same sort of like category. And so by doing that, they're essentially removing competition. And companies like to do this to remove competition, right? Which makes sense, but then you can continue to keep doing that, and so that you never have any competition. And when you don't have competition, you can start setting standards for things, as in you can start creating like a price. You can start making this the price that people have to deal with, because what else are they going to choose? And then if other companies want to try and compete with that monopoly company, they have to try and have their prices at the same. That way, then they can actually make a profit and be able to exist. And then by that point, they're not profiting enough and they can't ever keep up, because the giant blob will only inevitably consume them in the future. All of them are like this. All of your food companies, all of your beverage companies are all owned by the same companies. Even whether in my country, whether in yours, whether in anybody's country, if you have a brand, it's most likely owned by another monopoly, which, a lot of the time has been derived from America.
Listen, I really want to talk to you. I'll send you a friend request. I got a notification that I gotta do something. So, are you going to be on like in an hour?
Perhaps we'll see.
Okay.
I'm working on a report.
Okay. So, this is an interesting conversation. I gotta go, so I'll talk to you later.
All right. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks. Bye.
Goodbye.
Bye bye. Alright, I gotta go. See you later. Later.